Chapter 566. Tan Xing and Xiao Yang's hearts calmed down a little. When they saw so many monster wolves just now, they were shocked and their minds were in a mess, so they didn't think about it. Now, it seemed that these monster wolves really didn't have the ability to fly. As such, the threat to them was naturally reduced. Even if they had a certain degree of anti-air ability, as long as the three of them maintained flight, they wouldn't be in too much danger. On the contrary, the three of them could rely on their nimble bodies and the foundation of Cloud River Realm cultivators to slowly nibble away at these monster wolves. Of course, their main goal was still Lu Yi. As long as they could kill Lu Yi, they could completely ignore the monster wolves. Just as they were thinking this, Lu Yi suddenly waved the array flag in his hand and softly uttered a word that made their hair stand on end. Sky restriction. As his voice fell, the array covering the spirit land suddenly changed. If it was more than a month ago, Lu Yi wouldn't have been able to set up a sky restriction array, but last time, he obtained 4 spirit inscriptions from the talent tree. Moreover, all 4 spirit inscriptions were related to spirit arrays, and one of them was the sky restriction array. If he wanted the wolf pack to display enough power, the sky restriction array was undoubtedly necessary. When the array changed, Tan Xing and the other 2 who were flying in the air suddenly felt an invisible mountain pressing down on them. Caught off guard, the 3 of them fell down, each of them baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, looking extremely miserable. Wolf howls rang out as many monster wolves opened their mouths and spat out light green wind blades, sweeping towards the 3 of them. Monster wolves really didn't have the ability to fly, but they did have a certain degree of anti-air ability. These wind blades that could be spat out from their mouths were a kind of innate demonic skill that they were born with. Not only monster wolves, but most monster beasts also had this ability. Without this ability, they wouldn't have been able to survive in this dangerous Tai Mang Mountains. Of course, compared to their sharp claws and fangs, these wind blade-like attacks were much weaker and less agile. But they had the advantage of numbers. The dense wind blades flew towards Tan Xing and the other 2, causing their bodies to flicker wildly. As expected of Cloud River Realm 9th Order cultivators, even if they suddenly encountered such an unforeseen event, they were still able to defend themselves. Although they were in a sorry state under the attack of so many wind blades, they were still able to defend themselves well. As the 3 of them continued to fall, the pressure on their bodies rapidly decreased. This was the case with the Forbidden Flight Array. Within the range of the array, the higher one flew, the greater the pressure. If one was on the ground, one would not feel any pressure at all. The 3 of them hurriedly stabilized themselves after reaching a height of 10 meters above the ground. At this height, the pressure from the Forbidden Flight Array was negligible. In the end, it was still because Lu Ye's attainments in the Tao of formations were insufficient. Otherwise, not to mention 30 feet, they could forget about flying even if they were only 30 feet. Even though they'd escaped the misfortune of falling down in a sorry state, the 3 of them didn't have the slightest trace of joy on their faces. Instead, they seemed even more solemn because numerous demon wolves had already surrounded them from all directions. As the wolf howls rose and fell, the demon wolves took the initiative to launch an attack. One after another, huge figures leaped up and pounced towards the 3 of them. Looking from afar, the attacks of the demon wolves were like a torrential downpour, beating Tan Xing and the other 2 into an extremely sorry state. The 3 of them formed a triangle and used their spirit tools to block the attacking demon wolves. From time to time, a demon wolf would be injured and blood would splatter. Although the demon wolves had rough skin and thick flesh, the strength of Tan Xing and the other 2 was right there. If they didn't rely on their advantage in numbers to make them flustered, a single demon wolf, even if it was a leader, would not be their opponent. The methods that cultivators could use were ultimately much stronger than those of demon beasts. While the battle was in full swing, Lu Yi only stood calmly in the distance, quietly watching. Occasionally, he would raise his hand to release a spirit tool or a spirit tool to distract Tan Xing and the others. Tan Xing and the other two were so depressed that they wanted to vomit blood. They had gone deep into Great Mang Mountain these days, eating and sleeping in the open, and had encountered many obstacles along the way. After finally finding Lu Ye with great difficulty, they never thought that they would be greeted with such a situation. The huge wolf pack launched continuous attacks on them, but the person they were looking for was standing on the side and watching the show. It was simply unreasonable. They really couldn't understand how this Lu Ye could have such good luck to be able to directly subdue a wolf pack for his own use. If not for the wolf pack's obstruction, the three of them could casually make a move and behead him. In the midst of the fierce battle, the three of them sensed that something was not quite right. When some demon wolves pounced over to bite, a trace of light clearly flashed across their mouth. There were even more demon wolves that suddenly had a defensive spirit pattern appear on their backs when they were attacked. Looking carefully, they indeed saw that many demon wolves had a golden arrow-like mark on their mouths. Lu Ye has tattooed these beasts, Xiaoyang shouted in a low voice. Tan Xing and Wei Ke were both shocked. Although they had long known that Lu Yi had considerable attainments in the array Dao, they never knew that he actually had advanced in the Dao of tattooing. To be able to tattoo demon beasts, it undoubtedly explained a lot of things. This guy was going against the heavens. How did he know everything? Over here, the fierce battle continued without end. Unable to take down the three for a long time, the alpha wolf seemed to be somewhat angry. Standing outside the battlefield, it raised its head to the sky and let out a long howl. In the next instant, the wolf pack's attacks suddenly became more concentrated. Tan Xing and the others' mouths were filled with bitterness as they ate coptis. The more they ate, the worse the situation became. If this continued, forget about killing Lu Yi, it would be difficult to guarantee that they would be able to escape unscathed. They couldn't delay any longer. Fighting to the death with the wolf pack was undoubtedly very unwise. From beginning to end, they only had one goal. Wei Ke, kill Lu Ye. As Xiao Yang roared, the long saber in his hand blossomed with a dazzling light. His entire body's spiritual energy boiled. Tan Xing sensed his intentions and hurriedly urged his own strength to cooperate. Violent spiritual energy swept out. With the combined strength of the two, they forcibly tore a gap in the wolf pack's encirclement. From that gap, a saber light like a waterfall slashed towards Lu Yi. The mountain-coiling saber was unsheathed and blood qi gathered in his right arm. With a flash of light, Lu Ye's figure was sent flying. With his fourth-order cultivation, taking a ninth-order cultivator's saber light head-on was still lacking. This blow caused the blood in his chest to roil and his saber-wielding right arm to become somewhat numb. The saber light shattered, and immediately after, Wei Ke's figure pounced over. His face was filled with a ferocious look as spirit qi surged from his body, revealing his murderous intent. Tan Xing and Xiaoliang had teamed up to create this opportunity for him, so he couldn't let them down. Seeing Lu Ye's figure fly backwards, Wei Ke raised his hand and blasted a spell technique towards Lu Yi. At the same time, his figure moved like a shadow as he opened his hand and condensed spirit qi in his palm, making it seem as if he wanted to kill Lu Yi. Lu Yi formed a defensive barrier in front of him and blocked the spell technique's attack, but when it shattered, his figure was sent flying even further away. Immediately afterwards, under Wei Ke's watchful gaze, Lu Ye's body seemed to have crashed into a transparent membrane, and with a ripple, he disappeared. Another spirit array. Wei Ke was startled, but when he heard the howling of wolves behind him, he grit his teeth and hurriedly gave chase. Although he wasn't sure what kind of spirit array Lu Yi had arranged in front of him, it wasn't easy for him to rush out of the encirclement of the wolves. If he couldn't capture Lu Yi quickly, all his previous efforts would have been in vain. Without Tan Xing and Xiaoliang by his side, his situation would be even worse. So, even if he knew it wasn't wise to pursue, Wei Ke had no choice but to bite the bullet and give chase. His body seemed to have broken through a barrier and Wei Ke felt himself being enveloped by a spirit array, but when he looked around, he didn't see Lu Ye's figure. Instead, a thick fog suddenly appeared around him. The thick fog spread extremely quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it became so dark that he couldn't even see his fingers in front of him. What shocked Wei Kai even more was that there were colorful lights constantly shuttling back and forth in this thick fog. As these lights changed, inexplicable shadows flashed across his vision from time to time. An illusion array. Wei Kai immediately knew what kind of spirit array he had fallen into, and a chill ran from head to toe as he cursed inwardly. What the hell is this Lu Ye? Has his attainments in the Tao of spirit arrays reached such a high level? Since they had broken into the spirit land, they had experienced a defensive spirit array, an entrapment spirit array, a flight restriction spirit array, and now an illusion array, and this was only what he had seen. There must be many more he hadn't seen. Could a cultivator at the Cloud River tier really set up so many profound formations? But on second thought, that guy could even arrange a transmission array, so what couldn't he arrange? Thinking so, Wei Kai didn't dare to stay in place and immediately urged his body to rush out of the range of the spirit array. This was undoubtedly the wisest response. After all, the range of the spirit array was limited, so as long as he kept running in one direction, he would eventually be able to escape. The speed of a ninth-order cultivator was extremely fast, and Wei Kai was using his full strength, so it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was as fast as lightning. However, as time passed, a scene that made him feel despair appeared. No matter how fast he ran, no matter how hard he tried, he was always wrapped in fog, unable to escape from the shroud of the spirit array. Somewhere in the spirit array, following Wei Kai's movements, Lu Ye was constantly adjusting the spirit array. This was the first time he had observed someone break into the illusion array, so he naturally wanted to summarize his experience and see how effective this spirit array was. For the time being, the effect was quite good. The illusion array constructed with the fog and lightning spirit crests as its core seemed to have the effect of confusing the enemy's perception, so even though Wei Kai thought he was running in one direction, in fact, under Lu Ye's adjustments, he had been running in circles inside the spirit array without being aware of it. Inside the spirit array, Wei Kai's forehead was covered in sweat, and his expression was solemn. He had also noticed some clues. Logically speaking, inside such a spirit array, everything one saw was illusory. What one saw might not be true, but one's perception would never be false. But now, it seemed that there was something wrong with his perception, otherwise there was no reason he couldn't escape. Chapter 567. Trapped in the illusion array, Wei Kai was shocked but not panicked. After all, he was a ninth-order Cloud River realm cultivator, while Lu Ye, a fourth-order cultivator, could only trap him and not kill him. The only thing he could do now was to escape from here as quickly as possible. Although Tan Xing and Xiaoliang were stronger than him, 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. They were definitely not the opponents of the wolf pack, so it was unrealistic for them to expect him to kill Lu Yi quickly. If he stayed here for too long, no matter what happened to Tan Xing and Xiaoliang, he would not have a good end. But how can I escape from here? Wei Kai was annoyed and gritted his teeth as he shouted, "Lu Yi, is this all you've got? Come out and fight if you have the guts." He was just a ninth-order cultivator. If he had any other choice, he would have been embarrassed to shout such words at a fourth-order cultivator. Of course, he was just shouting and didn't think it would have any effect. It was the mixed aura of a cultivator's spiritual energy and vitality. It was right in front of him. As long as Lu Yi was in his right mind, he would definitely not show himself in front of him. However, to Wei Kai's surprise, just as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt a different aura flowing not far in front of him. Wei Kai didn't think too much about it and kept moving forward until a tall silhouette appeared in the fog in front of him. Only then did he realize that something was wrong. Lu Ye's figure can't be so tall, right? Seduso CC first. Wei Kai was overjoyed. He raised his hand and sent out a golden arc towards the front. At the same time, he rushed forward, ready to take down Lu Yi. The golden arc of lightning struck the target with a dull thud. It felt as if his spell technique had struck some kind of indestructible barrier. What is this? Is this an illusion? As the dense fog surged, a huge fan-like hand reached out and grabbed at Wei Kei's neck. The speed of the hand wasn't fast, but it was accompanied by an aura that could cover the sky and cover the earth. Even if Wei Kei was a ninth-order Cloud River Realm cultivator, he could not help but have an illusion that once he was grabbed by this hand, it would be difficult for him to escape. However, before he could stand firm, the sound of swords rang out one after another. At the same time, he felt a tingling pain all over his body. Flying sword. Wei Kei's expression changed abruptly as he frantically activated his spiritual energy to protect himself. Wei Kei was at a loss for a moment. Spiritual energy surged around his body, and a golden arrow shot forward. It hit the giant hand, and with a bang, the spell exploded. The giant hand paused for a moment, but it quickly grabbed down at an even faster speed. Wei Kei's hair stood on end as he quickly retreated. This was not the end of it. Just as Wei Kei was wondering what was going on, another figure flashed past him. The fiery red blade slashed down, and the violent slash shattered his protective spiritual power. The figure disappeared in a flash, and before Wei Kei could counterattack, the other party had already disappeared, leaving only a bloody wound on his body. In the next instant, flying swords slashed at him from all directions, causing the spiritual light on his body to flicker incessantly, and his protective spiritual energy quickly dimmed. Another spell struck him from the side, causing his body to tremble violently. He was beaten silly. He thought he only needed to deal with the fourth-order Lu Yi, but from the various changes just now, it seemed there was more than one Lu Yi in this illusion array. Wei Kei exclaimed as the burly figure in front of him pressed down on him like a mountain and punched out. With a bang, Wei Kei's body was sent flying and he landed awkwardly. He hurriedly got up and looked around blankly, but there was no one in front of him except for the rolling fog and colorful ribbons of light. The sword cultivator. It was Li Baxian. Wei Kei immediately reacted. They had already guessed that Lu Yi would invite Li Baxian to enter the spiritual land. However, when they entered the spiritual land, they only saw Lu Yi and no one else. At that time, they didn't think too much about it. But now, it seems that Lu Yi wasn't the only one in the spiritual land. In that short period of time, there were 4 people who attacked him, and in addition to Lu Yi, there were 3 others. One was a burly body cultivator, one was a sword cultivator, and one was a magic cultivator. As for the body cultivator, Wei Kei had no clue. He assumed Lu Yi had found a helper from somewhere. Thinking of this, Wei Kei's heart sank to the bottom. The sword cultivator who attacked him was undoubtedly Li Baxian, and his cultivation level corresponded as well. The magic cultivator was Feng Yuechan, and the two of them had always been inseparable. Dong dong dong, heavy footsteps came from the side again, as if a huge monster was running. When Wei Kei turned his head to look, he saw the burly figure appear again. It broke through the fog and rushed right in front of him like a bolt of lightning, crashing into him. Trapped in the illusory array, he didn't feel much danger because Lu Yi couldn't do anything to him. If the other party really wanted to kill him, he could wait for an opportunity to counterattack. But now he had to face not only Lu Yi, but also 3 other people. Coupled with the illusory array, Wei Kei could already smell the scent of death. In addition to the flying swords, there were also some spells that came from nowhere. He staggered and his qi and blood surged. Behind him, a fierce, murderous aura surged. Wei Kei hurriedly turned around and saw a fiery red blade of light. Wei Kei hurriedly dodged and cast a spell at the other party. The spell landed on the man's body, but the burly figure only paused for a moment. There was no trace of injury at all. While Wei Kei's attention was distracted, the sound of swords rang out again. Then, Wei Kei felt himself being enveloped by a storm of attack. Hurriedly landing, Wei Kei looked panicked and shouted, "Brother Xia, Brother Tan, save me!" He didn't expect that chasing Lu Yi would put him in prison. The blade fell, accompanied by Wei Kei's cry of alarm, and a huge wound appeared on his chest, blood spilling out. The burly figure had already closed in on Wei Quebec. It seemed to be a clumsy punch, but it contained an extremely terrifying force. Wei Kei's entire body flew out like a ragged sack. His body was in midair, and he continuously spat out blood. He was like a fish on a chopping board, and the enemy would come and cut him from time to time. In such a situation, if he didn't ask for help, he could only wait for death. The people besieging him weren't very strong, all of them were 4th or 5th order cultivators. If it was a normal environment, Wei Kei would be able to deal with them easily even if he was alone. But inside the illusion array, it was difficult for him to exert his strength. On the contrary, the other party was like a fish in water, attacking from time to time and then running away, leaving him no room to fight back. Even so, the two of them were struggling to cope with the constant attacks of the wolf pack. They were hoping that Wei Kei could succeed as soon as possible. This way, as long as they killed Lu Yi and obtained the array jade slip, they could retreat calmly. But after waiting and waiting, they heard Wei Kei's cry for help. A shrill cry rang out. In the spirit land, Tan Xing and Xiao Liang, who were fighting with the wolf pack, both changed their expressions. They were in an extremely bad situation at the moment. There were too many monster wolves. If it weren't for their profound foundation, an ordinary 9th order cultivator would have been unable to hold on. What's going on? Tan Xing and Xiao Liang were dumbfounded. How could they not be shocked? While he was busy, he took a moment to look at the source of the sound. He saw that the fog was rolling and surging, covering a large area. Wei Kei and Lu Yi's figures were nowhere to be seen. There were only flashes of light from time to time in the fog, mixed with Wei Kei's cries and screams. Feeling annoyed, they should have brought more people with them. They thought that with 3 9th order cultivators working together, as long as they found Lu Yi, the other party wouldn't be able to do anything, but who knew things would develop like this? After committing suicide and entering the spirit land, everything they encountered was unexpected, making it difficult for them to adapt. Although they didn't know what happened to Wei Kei, they could infer from the sounds coming from there that he was in a bad situation. In this situation, let alone killing Lu Yi, whether or not they could escape unscathed was a problem. No matter what happened to Wei Kei, it was related to Lu Yi. Once Wei Kei died, Lu Yi would free himself and the two of them would not have a good end. So, leaving quickly was the most important thing. In the fierce battle, Tan Xing and Xiao Liang looked at each other, and although there was no communication, they could see each other's thoughts. They couldn't stay here for long. In such a situation, it was no longer realistic for them to break the spirit array with their own strength. Besieged by the wolf pack, they could only protect themselves at the moment, so if they really wanted to break the spirit array, they would have to borrow the power of the wolf pack and let the aftermath of their battle bombard the spirit array. Although this method was less efficient, it was better than waiting for death here. But now that the spirit land was surrounded by a spirit array, if they wanted to leave, they had to break the spirit array first. As for whether to save Wei Kei or not, it was no longer within the scope of their consideration. The premise of saving someone was to protect themselves first. If they couldn't even protect themselves, how could they save someone? Making up their mind, the two tacitly cooperated and moved the battlefield to the edge of the spirit array. He didn't know where the enemy was hiding, but he knew that as long as he showed a flaw, he would be greeted by a storm of attacks. In less than a stick of incense worth of time, he had 7 or 8 wounds on his body, the most serious of which was the one on his abdomen, where a flying sword had pierced through his body. Blood kept flowing out and his face twisted in pain. So even if he knew that what he was doing was like drinking poison to quench his thirst, he couldn't stop because he would die faster if he stopped. In order to break the spirit array as soon as possible, the two of them spared no effort, which led to more injuries on their bodies, making them look extremely miserable. Time passed. In the psychedelic array, Wei Kei's hair was disheveled, and his body was covered in wounds and blood. He crazily urged his spiritual power and cast powerful spells, bombarding them aimlessly in all directions. This was very effective. At the very least, no one would sneak up on him while he was casting spells. Chapter 568. Inside the illusion array, Wei Kei didn't hesitate to use his secret techniques in order to protect himself. Even if he was a ninth-order Cloud River Realm cultivator, he couldn't hold on for long. The spiritual power in his body flowed out like a flood from a broken dam, and the bombardment of spells caused a buzzing sound to ring out in all directions. Although he opened his mouth to call for help, Tan Xing and Xiao Liang did not come. He knew that the two of them were probably in a bad situation, otherwise they would not have left him alone. The smell of blood lingered at the tip of his nose, and the pain all over his body made him sweat profusely. The aura of death was like a sea, drowning him. He never expected that just coming to kill Lu Yi would put him in such a dangerous situation. If he had known, he wouldn't have agreed to accompany Tan Xing here. However, regret was useless at this moment. In such an environment, he couldn't see any hope of escaping. Just as he was thinking this, a sudden change occurred. The formation that had been shrouding the area suddenly changed. Then, the surrounding fog and the colorful illusions quickly dissipated. Wei Kei was stunned for a moment, then ecstatic. He had actually unintentionally broken this illusion array. Heaven never bars one's way out. When the fog dissipated, he saw several figures gathered not far away from him. Among them were Li Baxian, Feng Yuchan, and Lu Yi. In addition, there was a burly body cultivator wearing linen clothes with bulging muscles. Lu Yi's eyes flashed with a look of surprise. He obviously didn't expect that he would be able to break the array here. Lu Yi really didn't expect this. The illusion array was arranged by him with the help of array flags. Unlike the protection array and entrapment array, it didn't have much defensive ability, so if the array flags were destroyed, it would be difficult to maintain it. Just now, Wei Kei had launched a series of aimless frenzied attacks. Coincidentally, he had hit one of the array flags, which had led to the collapse of the psychedelic array. It could only be said that this guy's luck was really good. After breaking the array and seeing the real bodies of Lu Yi and the others, Wei Kei immediately roared, "Lu Yi!" How terrified he was just now was how angry he was now. He was a dignified ninth-order Cloud River Realm cultivator, yet he had been attacked by a few fourth- or fifth-order Cloud River Realm cultivators without being able to fight back. He had even been forced to call for help from his companions. This undoubtedly made him lose a lot of face. As he roared, a ferocious spell blasted towards Lu Yi. Before Lu Yi could move, the giant armor had already arrived. There was a flash of spiritual light in front of it, blocking the spell. The price it had to pay was only to be forced back a few steps, but it was completely unscathed. This scene caused Wei Kei's eyelids to twitch. He was secretly shocked at the strength of this body cultivator's physique. Previously, he had been in the fog, so he hadn't been able to clearly feel the power of the giant armor. Now that he saw with his own eyes that a fourth-order Cloud River Realm cultivator had easily blocked his spirit art, he was truly shocked. There was a difference of 5 minor levels between their cultivations. Logically speaking, even if the other party was an individual cultivator, he should not have been able to withstand that attack. But in reality, not only did the other party withstand it, he did not even have much of a reaction. Just as he was about to attack again, an inexplicable sense of weakness suddenly surged, causing Wei Kei to stagger. He had consumed too much of his strength before, and his injuries were not light. How could he fight again at this moment? Sword cries rang out as Li Baxian's body surged with light and a series of flying swords shot towards Wei Quebec. Feng Yuechan was standing beside him, her hands constantly forming seals as she cast a series of exquisite spirit arts towards Wei Quebec. Wei K's face changed as he hurriedly pushed his almost exhausted spirit chi to protect himself. Asterisk ding ding ding. Asterisk the giant armor took large strides forward, leaping up and down between the flying swords and spirit arts. It quickly closed the distance between it and Wei K, carrying with it the pressure of a mountain. When it got close, it took advantage of the fact that Wei K was entangled by the flying swords and spirit arts to kick him. Feeling the terrifying power of this kick, Wei K's pupils shrank. In this situation, he would rather be cut by Li Baxian's flying swords or hit by Feng Yuechan's spirit arts than let the giant armor kick him. If this kick connected, he would explode into a bloody mist in an instant. At this critical moment of life and death, his mind was tense to the extreme, and he actually displayed a speed that did not belong to a magic cultivator. While blocking the flying sword and the spell attack, he narrowly avoided the kick that the giant armor had launched. However, before he could breathe a sigh of relief, a figure had already rushed out from behind the giant armor's burly figure. It was Lu Yi. A fiery red blade flashed, reflecting the panic on Wei K's face. Facing this blade coming down from above, he had no room to dodge. A flash. The blade slashed down and broke through Wei K's spirit arts protection, leaving a huge wound from his shoulder blade to his waist. Through the wound, one could vaguely see his squirming organs. The powerful impact sent Wei K's figure flying backwards, spitting out blood from his mouth. He barely managed to stabilize his body. His vision was blood red, stars were flying in front of his eyes, and the spirit arts river in his body was in chaos. He had already consumed a great deal of his spirit arts, and his injuries were not light. Now that he had suffered such a heavy blow, he was like an oil lamp that had run out of oil. Seeing that Lu Yi wasn't going to let him off, dragging his blazing long blade towards him, Wei K couldn't help but be ruthless. His foundation was indeed not as good as Tan Xing's or Xiao Yang's, but he had cultivated to the 9th order Cloud River realm, and had experienced many life and death crises over the years, so he did not lack the courage to go all out against his enemy. He knew in his heart that he was doomed this time and secretly regretted being blinded by greed, but what was the use of regret now? However, even if he died, he would not let his enemy off so easily. Raising his hand, Wei K reached into his storage bag and pulled out something. It was an arrow, a broken one at that. Judging from its appearance, this arrow had been lost for many years, so Wei K had no idea where he had obtained it. However, something that could be taken out at this time was undoubtedly Wei K's most precious treasure and his final trump card. Biting the tip of his tongue, Wei K sprayed a mist of blood onto the broken arrow, causing it to immediately release a brilliant light. At the same time, an extremely dangerous aura filled the air. Lu Yi, who was rushing towards him with his blade, immediately stopped and decisively retreated. At this moment, he felt a great sense of danger in his heart and stared at the broken arrow in Wei K's hand, knowing full well that the danger was coming from this broken arrow. Wei K's spirit chi madly surged into the broken arrow, causing it to shine as brightly as the sun. With a mouth full of blood, Wei K grinned, "Lu Yi, even if I die, you'll be buried with me." Both Li Baxian and Feng Yuchan realized that the situation had taken a turn for the worse. This broken arrow was obviously a treasure that surpassed a spirit artifact or even an artifact. Such a treasure, even if damaged, was bound to be extremely powerful. Once Wei K successfully summoned it, no one knew what kind of damage it would cause. Therefore, the two of them madly urged their spirit chi, wanting to kill Wei K before he could summon this treasure. However, the difference in their cultivation was obvious. Even if the two of them joined forces, they could only cause Wei K's body to tremble violently and his blood to splatter, unable to take his life for the time being. In less than 3 breaths, the broken arrow in Wei K's hand suddenly turned into a stream of light and shot out like lightning. At this moment, All the hair on Lu Ye's body stood on end as a sense of danger he had never felt before arose in his heart. Without even thinking about it, he rushed in a certain direction, wanting to increase the distance between him and Wei Quebec. However, the stream of light was extremely fast and arrived in front of him in almost the blink of an eye. Crouching on Lu Ye's shoulder, Hoopa also sensed the danger and arched his back on Lu Ye's shoulder, growling in a low voice as his chi and blood collided with Lu Ye's. Lu Ye raised his blade, and the flesh on his right arm instantly bulged. A flash. Consecutive slashes. A series of explosions rang out. To an outsider, this was just the sound of a single slash, but in truth, Lu Ye had slashed out 5 times in an extremely short period of time. With each slash, Wei Kei's body trembled as if he had been struck by a mountain saber. Blood gushed from his mouth and his face paled at a visible rate. These slashes with all his strength were not without effect. The stream of light in front of him paused for a moment, and it was this fleeting opportunity that allowed Lu Ye to fall to the ground. The stream of light brushed past the tip of his nose, stirring up a gust of wind that made Lu Ye's face ache. But before he could catch his breath, he saw from the corner of his eye that the stream of light had changed direction and was now attacking him. This thing was clearly under Wei Kei's control. Li Baxin and Feng Yuechan were desperately attacking him, but he didn't care, only focused on killing Lu Ye. This was exactly what he had roared before. Even if he died, he would bury Lu Ye with him. Lu Ye didn't know what kind of treasure this was, but its lethality was so strong that even if he used all his strength, he could only stop it for a moment. Unless he killed Wei Kei, there would be no end to it. And when it attacked again, Lu Ye had just gotten up from the ground and could not dodge in time. Just as he was about to attack again, he felt a weight on his shoulder and a large hand grab him. Then, Lu Ye felt himself being thrown away. In midair, he saw Giant Armor's burly figure standing in his original position. With a flash of light, a tortoiseshell-like barrier suddenly appeared in front of Giant Armor. The stream of light attacked. Boom. With a loud bang, Giant Armor's body shook violently. Dense cracks suddenly appeared on that seemingly impregnable tortoiseshell-like barrier, and in the next moment, it shattered with a loud bang. The stream of light pierced through Giant Armor's body, bringing with it a spray of blood. With a muffled groan, Giant Armor fell to one knee. Lu Ye's eyes became cold and harsh, and the flames on the mountain plate saber in his hand burned even more fiercely. On the other side, Li Baxin's body had merged with the sword light, transforming into a shocking sword aura that attacked Wei Quebec. The sword in his hand flickered like a snake's tongue, leaving bloody wounds on Wei Kei's body. He originally wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to kill Wei Kei, but Wei Kei used a spell to push him far away. At this moment, Lu Ye swooped down from the sky, followed closely by the stream of light that had wounded Giant Armor. Even though he felt the murderous intent behind him, Lu Ye's eyes did not waver in the slightest. Wei Kei was clearly an arrow at the end of its flight. If this saber slashed down, he would undoubtedly die. Now, it was time to see if his saber was faster or if his opponent's treasure was faster. To be continued. Chapter 569. Wei Kei's figure staggered as he was covered in wounds, a tragic sight to behold. First, he had been attacked by Lu Ye and the others in the illusion array. Although he had managed to break through the array by chance, he was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Then, he was besieged by everyone and had even resorted to using the broken arrow artifact. It could be said that at this moment, he was truly a lamp without oil. His vision was blurred, and when he looked up, all he could see was Lu Ye's figure swooping down from the sky. He couldn't even see Lu Ye's face. A bright blade light flashed as the mountain-ascending saber easily broke through Wei Kei's thin body protecting spirit chi and slashed down at his neck. Passing by each other, Lu Ye's feet plowed several dozen meters into the ground before he slowly stabilized himself. The illusory grand array played a huge role in their battle success. Being in the middle of the illusory grand array, Wei Kei was unable to withstand their attacks. One had to know that back in the hunting ground, Lu Ye's group of 3 had fought He Bing with great difficulty, and in the end, Lu Yi had even used his beast transformation secret technique to kill him. Although there was only a 2-order difference between the 7th order and 9th order, the difference in strength was like the difference between heaven and earth. Even if Lu Yi and the others had made significant progress in their cultivation compared to when they were in the hunting ground, even with the addition of giant armor, if not for the illusion array, the 4 of them together would not have been Wei Kei's opponent. At most, they would have been defeated one by one. The sense of crisis also disappeared as soon as he slashed down with his saber. After all, the broken arrow was controlled by Wei Kei, so once he died, the artifact also lost its power, its light converging as it reverted to its original form and fell from the sky. Lu Yi breathed a long sigh of relief and turned around to see Wei Kei's headless body lying on the ground, blood gushing from his neck. A Cloud River 9th Order cultivator had been killed by him, Li Baxian, and the others. Almost at the moment of Wei Kei's death, Xiao Yang suddenly roared angrily. His long saber bloomed with a shocking saber light, and he fiercely slashed forward. With this saber strike, the entrapment array, which was already on the verge of collapse, finally couldn't hold on any longer and shattered. When the 2 of them saw that Wei Kei was in a precarious situation, they knew that it would be difficult to kill Lu Yi this time, so they had been thinking of ways to escape. Trapped in the entrapment array, the only way to escape was to break the array. Seeing Wei Kei's vitality disappear, Tan Xing and Xiao Liang, who were entangled with the wolf pack, were shocked. Neither of them had expected that Wei Kei, a Cloud River 9th Order cultivator, would actually die at the hands of Lu Ye's group. At this moment, the 2 of them were in an extremely miserable state. Their bodies were covered with wounds, and their clothes were dyed red with blood. Although the 2 of them were extremely powerful, they were still powerless when facing the siege of an entire pack of wolves. If it weren't for the wolf pack's misgivings and the fact that they didn't dare to push them too far, the 2 of them would have already lost their lives. Even so, the 2 of them were still heavily injured, and their auras were in disorder. It was a cooperative relationship, but Wei Kei had been careless and had been killed by a few 4th or 5th Order Cloud River Realm cultivators because of his own stupidity. Moreover, they were also in a bad situation. If they didn't escape now, they would be left behind as well. The 2 figures rushed out one after another, and wolf howls rang out. Pale blue wind blades flew towards the 2 of them, hitting Xiao Liang and Tan Xing left and right, adding new injuries to their bodies. Under their guidance, the aftermath of the battle with the wolf pack spread out in all directions again and again. After all, it was an unmanned spirit array. Although it was strong, it wasn't too heaven-defying. Bit by bit, the spirit array was worn down until Xiao Yang used his shocking saber strike and finally broke. "Let's go!" Xiao Yang let out a low shout and charged out. Tan Xing followed closely behind. Even though Wei Kei had died right under their noses, neither of them had any intention of avenging him at this moment. Normally, he wouldn't chase after 2 9th Order cultivators no matter what. It was no different from courting death. But at this moment, Tan Xing and Xiao Yang were both seriously injured. It was hard to say how much of their strength they could use. This was the best time to kill them, otherwise, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens to kill them after they recovered. Seeing this, Li Baxian hurriedly followed on his sword while shouting, "Yu-chan, stay behind and take care of junior brother Giant Armor." Unfortunately, the monster wolves couldn't fly, so if these 2 wanted to escape, they couldn't stop them. After killing Wei Kei, Lu Yi had just calmed his tumbling spirit chi and hadn't had time to deal with Tan Xing and Xiao Liang when he saw the 2 break out of the spirit array. He immediately chased after them. A group of monster wolves, under the command of the alpha wolf, ran out with Lu Yi, obviously wanting to help, but after only half an hour, this group of monster wolves returned. This was the downside of not being able to fly. No matter how fast they ran in the mountains, they couldn't outrun flying on their own. After chasing for a while, Lu Yi and the others disappeared, so the monster wolves could only return. At this time, Feng Yuchan had also finished bandaging Giant Armor's wounds. Giant Armor's injuries looked terrible, but in fact they weren't serious and would only take a day or two to recover. Giant Armor was previously injured by the broken arrow. Although body cultivators had thick skin and strong recovery abilities, it was still an injury that pierced through his body. Since then, he had been half kneeling on the ground, so his injuries were unknown. He and Lu Yi were enough to chase after them. If they could kill them, the two of them could work together, but if they couldn't, then Feng Yuchan wouldn't be of any help. Hearing this, Feng Yuchan stopped and watched as Lu Yi and Li Baxian turned into streaks of light and chased them out of the spiritual land, deep into Mount Tai Mang. Back then in the hunting ground, Lu Yi had been chased to the point that he had nowhere to go. Less than 2 months later, the situation had been completely reversed. It was as the saying goes, the river flows east for 30 years and the river flows west for 30 years. Every dog has his day. While running, Tan Xing roared, "Lu Yi, stop! If this continues, no one will have a good ending." This was already an extremely deep place in the Tai Mang Mountains, and there were many powerful demonic beasts entrenched there. Normally, even if there were cultivators who came in, they would all be sneaky, not daring to make too much of a commotion, so as to not alarm any demonic beast. She didn't know how Li Baxian and Lu Yi were doing. She tried to send a message, but there was no reply, so she could only wait silently. At this time, Lu Yi and Li Baxian had already chased them for several hundred kilometers. Tan Xing and Xiao Liang, who were running in front, had no intention of stopping. They just desperately ran forward, blood constantly spilling from their bodies. This made Lu Yi even more certain that these two were in bad condition. Otherwise, 2 ninth-order cultivators wouldn't be in such a sorry state. If he missed such a rare opportunity, he would never be able to kill these two in the Cloud River battlefield again. These two were both Cloud River 9th-order cultivators who could break through to the True Lake realm at any time. Once they did, they would have to leave the Cloud River battlefield. Lu Yi was chased to a dead end by them in the hunting ground, so he remembered this grudge in his heart. Moreover, they had found the Spirit Land. If he didn't kill them this time, the location of the Spirit Land would definitely be exposed, and there might be some trouble in the future. Wei Kei was already dead, so as long as he could kill these two, the existence of the Spirit Land wouldn't be exposed. If they really alerted some powerful monster beasts, Tan Xing and Xiao Liang wouldn't have a good ending, but the same was true for Lu Yi and Li Baxian. Therefore, the best way to deal with this was for Lu Yi to stop and let them escape. But facing Tan Xing's shout, Lu Yi remained unmoved. Lu Yi didn't speak, but Li Baxian coldly snorted, "If you have the ability, then let's fight. Let's see if you die, or us brothers." Tan Xing, who was running in front, almost ground his teeth to pieces. He and Xiao Liang were both Cloud River 9th-order cultivators. In the past, they didn't dare to say that they could summon the wind and summon the rain, but at the very least, they were a group of top masters. When had they ever been chased by 2 4th or 5th-order Cloud River realm cultivators in such a sorry state? No one would believe him if he told them. Lu Ye's killing intent was firm, so how could he be swayed by a few words? And the more Tan Xing said this, the more it meant that his situation was bad. Otherwise, he would have just stopped and fought. "Lu Yi, do you really want to die together with us?" Tan Xing roared again. Not only that, as time passed, the situation of the two became worse and worse, and the speed of their flying artifacts slowed down. If this continued, it was only a matter of time before Lu Yi and Li Baxian caught up. "Brother Xia." Tan Xing turned his head to look at Xiao Liang, only to see that this powerful blade master from the Wild Blade sect was as pale as paper and his aura was chaotic, but his eyes were still as sharp as a blade. But today, such a bizarre thing was happening to them, so how could they not be angry and sullen? If it weren't for their serious injuries, how could Lu Yi and Li Baxian dare to be so presumptuous in front of them? The injuries they suffered during the battle with the wolf pack were too serious, so the two of them couldn't even use 30% of their usual strength. They couldn't even shake off the enemy's pursuit. While they still had the strength to fight, they might have a chance to kill these two. After all, they were only 4th or 5th order Cloud River Realm cultivators. Although Tan Xing knew that this wasn't the best way to deal with it, there was no better way, so he nodded lightly. Then let's fight. Saying so, the two of them flew straight down and landed on the ground a moment later. Previously, when they were entangled with the wolf pack, Xiao Yang's injuries were much more serious than his, and because Xiao Yang's strength was greater than his, the wolf pack was more focused on Xiao Liang, causing most of the pressure to fall on Xiao Liang. Facing Tan Xing's inquiry, Xiao Liang coldly spat out a single word: fight. They couldn't escape, and if they continued like this, their condition would only get worse and worse. When the time came, they wouldn't even be qualified to fight. Li Baxian grabbed the wine gourd at his waist, took a sip, and said softly, "Little junior brother, which one do you choose?" Lu Ye's eyes were fixed on Xiao Yang as he slowly walked forward. Li Baxian nodded. "Then I want the remaining one." Saying so, he opened his mouth and spat out a dozen flying swords towards Tan Xing. With their current state, it was no longer suitable for the two of them to fight in the air, as that would consume more strength, so fighting on the ground was the best choice. Just after the two of them landed, Lu Yi and Li Baxian also arrived, standing less than 1,000 meters away from them. 4 pairs of eyes collided in the air, sparks flying everywhere, and the atmosphere in the mountains suddenly became tense. Chapter 570. The flying swords shuttled through the void and shot towards Tan Xing one after another, but Tan Xing simply flicked his spear and blocked the oncoming flying swords, causing a series of clanging sounds to ring out. Worthy of being a Cloud River 9th Order cultivator, even in the face of such a fierce and concentrated onslaught, he was still able to defend himself and even had the strength to counterattack, resisting the onslaught of flying swords as he continued to press towards Li Baxian. Li Baxian was a sword cultivator, and the purest kind at that. Facing such an enemy, Tan Xing knew that he could not pull away, otherwise, under the continuous barrage of flying swords, there would be no room to breathe. Dealing with a sword cultivator was actually somewhat similar to dealing with a Dharma cultivator. The key was to close the distance and not give the sword cultivator any room to maneuver his sword. But even if he closed the distance, it was still more dangerous than dealing with a Dharma cultivator, because sword cultivators were also armament cultivators, and close combat was a common occurrence for them. Li Baxian grabbed the wine gourd in his hand and took a big gulp. At the same time, he burped in satisfaction. Sword cries rang out from behind him as more flying swords spread out. With a thought, the flying swords shot out like chasing stars and moon, making it difficult for Tan Xing to advance even an inch. While the battle was in full swing, on the other side, Lu Yi and Xiao Yang's figures had already rushed forward. Both of them were saber cultivators, and one of them was from the Wild Saber sect, the most orthodox saber master. Compared to a sword cultivator, a saber master did not lack killing intent, but more of an indomitable spirit. So even if Xiao Yang was seriously injured at the moment, even if his face was pale, facing an opponent several minor realms lower in cultivation, he did not have the slightest intention of retreating. No matter who it was, neither of them had any intention of using their imperial flying swords to test the waters. The distance between them quickly closed and they collided. With a loud bang, spirit chi exploded as the two long swords collided and stared at each other at close range. The ground beneath their feet instantly cracked like a spider web upon the collision. Violent waves of air swept out in all directions, causing the surrounding trees to sway. After a brief moment of deadlock, both of them suddenly exerted their strength and the two long swords crossed, Lu Yi slashing towards Xiao Yang's neck, while Xiao Yang stabbed towards Lu Ye's chest. The moment they clashed, they were fighting with their lives on the line. This was a clash between bladesmen. There was nothing fancy about it, only ruthlessness and mercilessness. The defensive spirit tattoo on Lu Ye's chest shattered and blood splattered everywhere. A thin, blood-red line appeared on Xiao Yang's neck and blood seeped out. In that instant, no matter who it was, both of them had walked through the gates of hell. His silhouette shifted, and the long sabers continued to clash. The clanging sounds were endless, and every clash was an intense collision of spiritual energy. His saber cultivator. This fight with Xiao Liang made him truly understand what it meant to be constantly walking on the edge of life and death. Both of them waved their swords with the mentality of killing the other and protecting themselves at the same time. But after just a moment they realized that it was impossible. If they risked their lives to kill the other, they would definitely be killed by the other. The most likely scenario was that they would die together. Neither of them could accept this. The speed at which the swords flashed became faster and faster, and the sounds of the swords colliding became more frequent. Lu Yi keenly sensed that Xiao Yang's qi and blood were converging towards his right arm. He was clearly using the blood transfer technique. In terms of cultivation, he was inferior to Xiao Liang. There was a gap of 5 small levels between them, which was impossible to make up for. But at this moment, he could fight Xiao Liang to a standstill. All of this was because Xiao Liang was seriously injured and could not unleash his full strength. This was undoubtedly very advantageous to him. As time passed, Xiao Yang's condition would worsen. On the other hand, because he had been merging his qi and blood with Hu Po, he could unleash more and more strength. If he could really stimulate the beast transformation, Xiao Liang would die without a doubt. But this required time and the accumulation of momentum. Ever since he obtained the secret beast transformation technique, he had only stimulated it in his battle with He Bing. But even so, Lu Yi did not hesitate to attack. Xiao Liang obviously knew that the longer the battle dragged on, the worse it would be for him. So, he used almost all his strength in every slash. Even though he was bleeding profusely, the power of his attacks grew stronger and stronger. The swords collided again, and the recoil caused both of them to pause. But at this moment, Lu Yi suddenly felt a sense of danger. Looking up, he saw Xiao Liang holding his sword horizontally in front of him, one hand holding the hilt and the other pushing the blade horizontally. Violent spiritual energy suddenly burst out, and a stunning sword light suddenly slashed out. The speed of this slash was so fast that Lu Yi had no time to react. Fortunately, he had already retreated when he sensed something was wrong. But even so, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. He was hit. Lu Ye's heart sank. He did not know what Xiao Yang's slash was, but it was definitely a secret technique, because it was stronger than all the previous slashes. The moment he was hit, Lu Ye's figure did not retreat. Instead, he advanced and, under Xiao Yang's stunned gaze, slashed down. A flash. Blood splattered. Consecutive slashes. However, when the second slash fell, it was blocked by Xiao Liang. The violent power sent him flying, and Lu Ye's figure staggered. With Feng Xing's support on his legs, Lu Yi did not show any mercy. Wrapped in a terrifying pressure, he madly attacked Xiao Liang. His sword flashed, and for a moment, Xiao Liang found it difficult to resist, adding a few more wounds to his body. Although Yang Kai's secret technique had injured Lu Yi, using this secret technique in his severely wounded state had placed a great burden on his body. Under normal circumstances, after being injured by him, Lu Yi would definitely retreat. This way, he would have time to catch his breath and prepare for the next wave of attack. But the result was beyond his expectations. After Lu Yi was injured, not only did he not retreat, he instead took advantage of the situation to counterattack, causing Xiao Yang's situation to become even worse. What made Xiao Liang even more uncomfortable was that his opponent seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. At the beginning of their confrontation, they were evenly matched, but now, the speed and strength of his opponent's slashes were much faster and fiercer than before. With the balance broken, all Xiao Yang could do was resist Lu Ye's attacks. Even though he was forced to retreat, Xiao Yang did not give up resisting. He took a moment to glance over at the other side of the battlefield, and what he saw made his blood run cold. Because Tan Xing's situation was even worse than his. After all, this was Li Baxian, a legendary master who had been in the spirit stream realm for more than a decade. Although he was only a fifth-order cultivator now, the strength he could display was far beyond that. Tan Xing's injuries were not lighter than his, but his strength was not as good. Fighting Li Baxian in such a situation, how could he have a good end? He couldn't even get close to Li Baxian. Even if he tried his best, he could only block the incoming flying swords. From time to time, new wounds would appear on his body. How could things have developed to this point? These 3 ninth-order masters had come to Grand Mang Mountain in high spirits to find Lu Ye for revenge, but when they found him, one of them had died while the other 2 were being chased down. It seemed they wouldn't live much longer. Before setting off, they had thought of countless possibilities, including Lu Ye using the transmission array to escape, using the Heaven's Fate Pillar to escape, or using some other method to escape. But in the end, not only had they escaped, they had even been caught. It's over. Xiao Yang knew that he would not be able to escape this time. Without any will to live, a look of determination appeared on his face. Lu Yi, who was attacking fiercely, immediately noticed this change and immediately held back his strength to guard against the unexpected. Sure enough, the next moment, Xiao Yang completely gave up on defending, his spirit qi surging violently as he took on a stance of fighting Lu Yi with his life on the line. All kinds of exquisite blade techniques were displayed one after another, showing signs of reversing the situation for a while. However, at this moment, Lu Ye's and Hu Po's blood qi had merged to a very deep degree, so every time he struck out, he could borrow strength from Hu Po. It wouldn't be long before he could even activate his beast transformation secret technique, so no matter what Xiao Yang did, he was still like a trapped beast. However, at that moment, Lu Yi suddenly noticed some strange movements, causing him to frown. In the next moment, the sound of something tearing through the air came from a short distance away, followed by a stream of light. When the stream of light dissipated, many figures appeared and surrounded the battlefield where they were. How could there be so many people in the depths of Grand Mang Mountain? Lu Yi was puzzled. The most important thing was that he didn't know the origins of these people. There were quite a few of them, at least a dozen or so, and judging from the spirit qi fluctuations coming from their bodies, several of them were at the 9th order while the rest were mostly at the 6th order. Such a group of uninvited guests was not low in cultivation. The fierce battle instantly subsided. Not only did Lu Yi and Xiao Yang stop fighting, but even Li Baxian and Tan Xing also stopped and separated, gathering together in pairs and remaining vigilant. In the middle of a life-or-death battle, a group of people had suddenly appeared. Before the situation was clear, who would dare act rashly? Even if Lu Yi and Li Baxian were unwilling, there was nothing they could do. On the other hand, Tan Xing and Xiao Yang both breathed a sigh of relief. No matter which camp these people came from, at least the 2 of them weren't in any danger for the time being. Being able to live a little longer was still a little longer. What if these people were from Myriad Demon Ridge? Next to Li Baxian, Lu Yi held his mountain coiling saber, his spirit qi surging as he turned to look at him. Li Baxian slowly shook his head, indicating that he didn't know these people. He had a wide network of connections, and had spent more than 10 years in the Spirit Stream battlefield, seeing off group after group of Spirit Stream stage cultivators. However, he had spent most of his time in the Spirit Stream battlefield in the Pill Heart Sect's headquarters, and rarely left. Most of the people he interacted with were experts on the Spirit Stream rankings. He didn't know many people who weren't on the Spirit Stream rankings, and therefore, he had never met any of them. Chapter 571. In the messy battlefield, uninvited guests suddenly appeared and surrounded the place, forcing the four who were fighting to stop. Li Baxin was sizing up this group of people, trying to guess their origins. Weren't Xiao Yang and Tan Xing doing the same? They were already in a dire situation, and if nothing unexpected happened, the two of them would definitely die today, so they were happy to see this group of cultivators. If they were from Grand Heaven Alliance, then there was nothing to say they would die either way. But if they were from Myriad Demon Ridge, then they would have a chance at life. While observing, Xiao Yang's eyes suddenly lit up as he called out to one of the Ninth Order cultivators. "Is it Zhou Yuntian of Burning Sky Valley, Brother Zhou?" Lu Yi and Li Baxian's faces turned solemn when they heard this. Things were getting troublesome. Burning Sky Valley was a force from Myriad Demon Ridge, and since Xiao Yang could recognize Zhou Yuntian's name, he obviously knew him. In other words, this group of people was most likely from Myriad Demon Ridge. After being called out, Zhou Yuntian glanced at Xiao Yang with a thoughtful look in his eyes. "Is Brother Xiao Yang of Wild Saber Sect Brother Xia?" Xiao Yang nodded. "It is this Xia." From the conversation between the two, it was obvious that they knew each other, but even so, it was a disaster for Lu Yi and Li Baxian. The two of them dared to chase down a Ninth Order cultivator because Xiao Yang and Tan Xing were seriously injured, but how could they be a match for so many Myriad Demon Ridge cultivators? Even escaping was an extravagant hope. The other side had surrounded this place as soon as they arrived, and with so many people, the two had no room to escape. Any rash move would likely result in them being besieged. Lu Ye's thoughts turned sharply as he tried to think of a way to break out of this situation, but no matter how he thought about it, the current situation was simply a dead end. Xiao Yang and Zhou Yuntian exchanged a few words before Zhou Yuntian asked, "Why is Brother Xia in such a sorry state?" Xiao Yang sighed, "A tiger has fallen from grace, let's not talk about it. Brother Zhou, this one has a request." Zhou Yuntian gestured with his hand. "Please speak, Brother Xia." Xiao Yang looked coldly at Lu Yi and Li Baxian and said in a deep voice, "Brother Zhou, please kill these two. This one will be eternally grateful." His current physical condition was no longer suitable for fighting. His body was covered with new injuries and old injuries. Without a period of time to recuperate, it would be impossible for him to recover his strength. Although he did not want to rely on others, he had no better choice now that things had come to this. The main reason he came here was to avenge Yan Xing. As long as Li Baxian died, his wish would be fulfilled. As for whether Li Baxian died in his hands, he couldn't force it. "Oh!" Zhou Yuntian chuckled and asked curiously, "I wonder what kind of enmity Brother Xia has with these two friends? They're actually fighting to the death here?" These people had also sensed that there was an intense battle going on here, which was why they were attracted over here. Otherwise, how could they coincidentally come to this place in the depths of the enormous Great Mang Mountains? Xiao Yang pointed at Li Baxian and coldly snorted, "Brother Zhou, look carefully, who is this person?" Only then did Zhou Yuntian look at Lu Yi and Li Baxian. His gaze swept over Lu Yi and did not pay much attention to him, but when he looked at Li Baxian, his expression changed and he asked in surprise, "You are Li Baxian?" Li Baxian did not know him, but he knew Li Baxian. Who didn't know the legend of the Spirit Stream battlefield? It could be said that if Li Baxian did not wear a mask, at least 5 out of 10 people would be able to recognize him, including Feng Yuechan. Therefore, when he saw Li Baxian, Zhou Yuntian was very surprised because he did not expect to see such a legend in the Cloud River battlefield. As soon as he spoke, the others also looked at Li Baxian. Someone nodded. "It really is Li Baxian. I saw him once in the Spirit Stream battlefield from afar. It's him. Didn't he and Feng Yuechan seal their cultivation and stay in the Spirit Stream battlefield? Why did they suddenly come to the Cloud River battlefield? Looking at his cultivation, he's already a 5th Order Cloud River Realm cultivator. It seems that he has been in the Cloud River battlefield for some time. We haven't been in contact with the outside world for a long time and missed a lot of interesting things. This group of people did not avoid anyone and began whispering to each other, causing Lu Yi and Li Baxian to look at each other strangely. The two of them were ready to fight to the death. Admittedly, the two of them were no match for these people, but it was impossible for them to just sit and wait for death. Even if they could not escape, they had to drag a few people down with them before they died. Those 8th and 9th Order Masters were not easy to kill, so Tan Xing and Xiao Liang would definitely die. But now, it seemed that this group of people did not have any malicious intent towards them. Lu Yi did not understand, and Li Baxian was also confused. He glanced at Zhou Yuntian and nodded. Yes, I am Li Baxian. What advice does fellow Taoist have for me? Zhou Yuntian showed a trace of fear on his face. Fellow Taoist Li is too serious. I dare not give advice. When this Zhou was cultivating in the Spirit Stream battlefield, fellow Taoist Li was already famous. Although my cultivation is higher than fellow Taoist Li's, it is only because I entered the Cloud River battlefield earlier. If I entered the Cloud River battlefield at the same time, fellow Taoist Li would have already broken through to the true lake realm. Fellow Taoist, please don't embarrass me. Zhou Yuntian's humble appearance made Li Baxian very uncomfortable. He wailed in his heart, what the hell? A Myriad Demon Ridge cultivator not only did not show any hostility after recognizing me, he even acted so respectfully. When did I become so famous? He did not understand the situation, and neither did Tan Xing and Xiao Liang. Xiao Liang frowned and said, Brother Zhou, Li Baxian is from Pil Heart sect. Zhou Yuntian nodded. Of course I know. You know? If you know, why don't you hurry up and make a move? Seeing that Xiao Liang was about to say something, Zhou Yuntian chuckled and raised his hand to stop him. Brother Xia, I understand your intentions, but we are not divided into factions here. Since we are all here, we are all family. There is no need to mention Grand Heaven Alliance or Myriad Demon Ridge. I don't know what grudges the four of you have to fight here, but since we have bumped into each other, it must be fate. Let's forget about all the grudges in the past. These words left Lu Yi and the other three dumbfounded. Since ancient times, the Myriad Devil Ridge's Grand Heaven Alliance had always been at odds with each other. The cultivators of the two factions had constantly fought each other, and the blood feud between them could never be washed away. In the Spirit Stream battlefield and the Cloud River battlefield, regardless of whether they knew each other or not, as long as they were from different factions, they would have a reason to kill each other. Not to mention that Zhou Yuntian was only a 9th Order Cloud River realm cultivator. Even if he was at the peak of the Spirit Sea realm, he was not qualified to resolve the grudges between the two factions. What's more, not only were the four of them opposing each other, they also had private grudges. Otherwise, Lu Yi would not have chased them all the way here, as if he wanted to kill them all. However, Zhou Yuntian's words came from the bottom of his heart. Furthermore, none of the surrounding cultivators showed any signs of rejection. Instead, they all nodded in agreement. Some even opened their mouths to advise the four of them to maintain harmony. The scene was indescribably strange. Xiao Yang and Tan Xing both looked at Zhou Yuntian as if they were looking at a madman. If it weren't for the fact that they were in poor condition, they would have cursed out loud. Although Li Baxian felt strange in his heart, he still nodded. Yes, yes, we should make peace. Fighting and killing all the time, what a scandal! Although he was annoyed at these uninvited guests for ruining his and Lu Ye's plan to eliminate the root of the problem, the current situation was still better than being besieged by this group of people. When Xiao Yang called out Zhou Yuntian's name, Li Baxian had almost thought of his last words. Fellow Taoist Li is still the sensible one. Zhou Yuntian looked at Li Baxian with a smile, a look of praise on his face. Li Baxian responded with a smile, looking cultured and refined. At that moment, the sound of something breaking through the air, accompanied by a surge of spiritual energy, came from the depths of the jungle. Zhou Yuntian looked up and his expression suddenly turned solemn as he shouted, "Senior has arrived." As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the 10+ cultivators turned solemn, and they bowed respectfully before assuming a posture of greeting. Their exaggerated reaction, coupled with Zhou Yuntian's mention of "senior," made Lu Yi and Li Baxian's expressions turn solemn. They faintly felt that the senior Zhou Yuntian mentioned was an extraordinary character, otherwise, a group of Cloud River Realm cultivators wouldn't be so respectful. Looking in the direction of the sound of something breaking through the air, whether it was Lu Yi, Li Baxian, Tan Xing, or Xiao Liang, all of them were shocked. They saw 4 figures flying through the air, and judging from the spiritual energy fluctuations coming from these 4, they were all Cloud River Realm 9th Order cultivators. If it were just 4 9th Order cultivators, it wouldn't be enough to surprise Lu Yi and the others. What surprised Lu Yi and the others was the posture of these 4 9th Order cultivators. The 4 of them were in front, left, and right, carrying a fragrant imperial concubine as they floated over. There was a pink translucent curtain hanging on the bed. Through the curtain, one could vaguely see a graceful figure lying lazily on the bed. Before she arrived, her enchanting fragrance had already drifted with the wind, causing the battlefield that was originally filled with the smell of blood to be filled with a blurred aura. Lu Yi was at a loss. He really couldn't understand who the person on the fragrant imperial concubine was that she could make 4 Cloud River Realm 9th Order cultivators lower themselves to her. On the Cloud River battlefield, those who could cultivate to the 9th Order were all proud and arrogant people. Even if they were faced with someone stronger than them, they would at most call them Dao brother. However, from the figure vaguely visible through the curtain, it was obvious that the person on the fragrant imperial concubine was a woman. In the blink of an eye, the fragrant imperial concubine arrived above everyone's heads, and the 4 9th Order cultivators stood in the air with solemn expressions. As the mountain breeze blew, the fragrance lingering at the tip of their nose became even richer. This fragrance was something that Lu Yi had never smelled before. It was indescribable, but it had a wonderful power that could intoxicate anyone who smelled it. Anyone who smelled it couldn't help but want more. "Welcome, Senior." Led by Zhou Yuntian, more than a dozen cultivators who had arrived first spoke in unison, their expressions extremely sincere. Lu Yi even noticed that a few of them were desperately inhaling, as if they wanted to absorb more of the fragrance. His face couldn't help but become dignified as he quietly glanced at Li Baxian, only to see that the other party's face was also filled with vigilance. The 2 senior brothers had obviously noticed the strangeness of the situation. To be continued. Chapter 572. Ever since he met Zhou Yuntian and the others, there was a strange aura everywhere. Zhou Yuntian was from Burning Heaven Valley and was from the Myriad Demon Ridge camp, so the other cultivators with him must also be from Myriad Demon Ridge. But even if these people recognized Li Baxian, they did not show the slightest hostility towards him. Even after Xiao Liang asked for help, they said that there were no camps here, boasting shamelessly that they could resolve the grievances between the 2 sides. At this moment, there was even an inexplicable venerable one that appeared out of nowhere, causing Zhou Yuntian and the others to be extremely respectful. As for the people carrying the imperial concubine bed, they were astonishingly 4 Cloud River Realm 9th Order cultivators. This senior, just who is he? What they saw in front of them was undoubtedly difficult for Lu Yi and Li Baxian to understand, while Xiao Liang and Tan Xing were also full of doubts. Amidst the silence, a voice suddenly sounded. "Is there another newcomer?" The voice came from the imperial concubine's bed, languid and sweet, making those who heard it feel as if an invisible hand was tugging at their heartstrings. As this voice sounded, Lu Ye's heart skipped a beat, and an inexplicable desire welled up in his heart. Along with this voice, it was not just the heartbeat, but also the relaxation of one's mind. Although it was impossible to see what the woman on the bed looked like, just listening to her voice gave off an extremely warm feeling, making one want to be completely immersed in it. Lu Ye's heart was on high alert, and Li Baxi beside him also noticed that something was wrong, his sword-like brow furrowed as his eyes filled with vigilance. Looking at Tan Xing and Xiao Yang over there, Li Baxian's expression became even more dignified, because at this moment, both of them had blurred eyes as they stared at the figure on the imperial concubine's bed, their eyes filled with a fiery look. Tan Xing and Xiao Yang were much stronger than Lu Yi and Xiao Yang, and both of them had extraordinary backgrounds, so logically speaking, it was impossible for them to be so weak. However, both of them were seriously injured and had consumed a lot of spirit qi and concentration, so their performance at this moment was much worse than Lu Yi and Xiao Yang. Zhou Yuntian respectfully replied, reporting to Senior, "These 4 fellow Taoists seem to have some grievances and were fighting here. We have already stopped them." On the fragrant imperial concubine couch, the lazy voice sounded again, "These 2 ninth-order realms aren't bad." Then, Lu Yi felt someone's gaze pass through the curtain and land on him. "These 2 are a little lacking." Zhou Yuntian immediately said, "Senior, one of these 2 is fellow Taoist Li Baxi, a legend of the spirit stream battlefield. Although his cultivation isn't high, his potential is limitless. If he can break through to the 9th-order Cloud River realm in the future, he will be able to help Senior achieve his long-cherished wish. As for the one beside him, subordinate doesn't recognize him, but since he can accompany Li Baxi, he can't be mediocre. If that's the case," His Honor lightly muttered, seemingly thinking about something. Very quickly, he made a decision, "Then, let's bring them all back." "Yes." The conversation between Zhou Yuntian and His Honor was transmitted into Lu Ye's ears, causing Lu Ye's mood to become indescribably heavy. Previously, Lu Yi only felt that the situation was somewhat strange, and there were many things that were hard to understand, but right now there were even more things that were hard to understand. Because Zhou Yuntian, a mere 9th-order cultivator, actually claimed to be a subordinate in front of that venerable. This venerable, who exactly was she? From the looks of the situation, it wasn't just Zhou Yuntian, but all the cultivators here were subordinates of that venerable. What kind of magical means did she have to make so many proud and arrogant cultivators follow her orders? Suddenly, a large amount of pink mist spread out from the imperial concubine's bed and swept towards Lu Yi and the others. Lu Yi raised his hand and pressed down on the mountain-coiling saber, his spirit energy surging, while Li Baxian's flying swords were also hovering around him. However, before the 2 of them could do anything, auras from all directions firmly locked onto them, causing their movements to instantly freeze. Zhou Yuntian said, "Fellow Taoist Li, please don't be impatient. His Honor has no ill intentions towards you. He just wants to invite you back as guests." Although his words were pleasant to hear, if Li Baxi and Lu Yi really dared to resist, they would definitely be suppressed by these people. In such a situation, how could the 2 of them be opponents? Even escaping would be an extravagant hope. Lu Yi and Li Baxi looked at each other and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. This time, they really were meat on someone's chopping block. The pink mist swept over and enveloped a large area. The mist was filled with the intoxicating fragrance that they smelled before. Lu Yi immediately noticed the abnormality in his talent tree. He immersed his divine sense into it and saw a gray mist ignite on his talent tree. This pink mist was poisonous, but the toxicity wasn't too strong, so the talent tree didn't react much. Just as he was about to urge his spirit energy to protect himself, Zhou Yuntian's voice sounded again, "Fellow Taoists, please don't resist." His voice wasn't as gentle as before and was now a bit colder. Clearly, if Lu Yi and the others resisted, these people would take action to suppress them. Lu Yi quietly stood in place, guessing what the pink mist was for. The toxicity wasn't strong, so these people clearly didn't have any intention of killing them. Since they didn't want to kill them and said they wanted to invite them back as guests, then the use of this mist. Lu Yi turned his head to look, only to see Xiaoliang and Tan Xing suddenly slumped to the ground, unconscious. Li Baxian, who was beside him, also staggered and then fell to the ground. Immediately after Li Baxian, Lu Yi directly fell to the ground. Even Hu Po, who was squatting on his shoulder, also fell into a deep sleep. "Bring all of them back." His Honor's soft voice sounded once again. "Yes," Zhou Yuntian replied. Immediately after, Lu Yi felt someone grab him by the clothes around his waist and lift him up. Like the wind and lightning, he quietly opened his eyes and looked around. He saw that Hu Po was also being held in the other hand of the person who was lifting him. They went all the way to the depths of Taimong Mountain, and only after about half an hour did they show signs of descending. Lu Yi pretended to be unconscious and didn't dare to open his eyes. He didn't know where exactly he was, but he heard many people greeting him, and there were also many powerful life fluctuations around him. There seemed to be a lot of cultivators gathered here. The sound of a door being pushed open sounded, and a moment later, Lu Yi felt himself being brought into a room and placed on a bed. Immediately after, Zhou Yuntian's voice sounded, "You all go rest, I'll stay here and keep watch." Someone replied, "Then, we'll have to trouble Brother Zhou. It's a small matter." The others retreated one after another, leaving only Zhou Yuntian here to keep watch. Lu Yi laid down motionlessly and calmly sensed his surroundings. He could hear several even breathing sounds around him. Presumably, it was Li Baxian and others who were unconscious. After waiting for a moment, the door was pushed open again, and that Zhou Yuntian respectfully said, "Your Honor." A fragrant wind blew over. It was the same intoxicating fragrance that Lu Yi smelled before. Then, Lu Yi felt that his Honor was standing not far away from him. He didn't know what his Honor was busy with, but Lu Yi clearly felt a strange energy fluctuation. A moment later, a soft, muffled groan sounded. That sound seemed to be coming from Xiaoliang. His Honor moved his feet, and that strange energy fluctuation fluctuated again. A moment later, another muffled groan sounded, and this time, it was Tan Xing's voice. He wasn't killing people, because Lu Yi could sense that Tan Xing and Xiaoliang were still alive. This made him very curious, what kind of method his Honor was using. Very soon, it was Li Baxian's turn, and just like the previous two, he also let out a muffled groan. The fragrance lingering around the tip of Lu Ye's nose became a lot richer, and Lu Yi felt that his Honor had already walked to his side. In the next moment, two warm and soft fingers were placed on his forehead. That strange energy fluctuation fluctuated again, and Lu Yi instantly felt that his mind was slightly impacted. Immediately after, something inexplicable seemed to have appeared in his mind. Involuntarily, he also let out a muffled groan. After that, his Honor's voice was filled with traces of weakness as he instructed Zhou Yuntian, "When they wake up, have them wash up and bring them to see me. They stink so bad." Zhou Yuntian's voice was filled with a trace of weakness. "Yes," Zhou Yuntian replied respectfully. The sound of footsteps quickly faded away. It was clear that his Honor had left. At this time, Lu Yi was immersed in inspecting his talent tree. While inspecting, a large amount of gray mist ignited on the talent tree, but very soon, that gray mist completely disappeared, and the talent tree also returned to normal. Just what kind of inexplicable method did his Honor use on me? Lu Yi recalled what happened just now. When his Honor used that method, his mind was obviously impacted greatly, and something inexplicable seemed to have appeared in his mind. It shouldn't be poison, but for the talent tree to have a reaction, it means that it is something that has invaded my body and is harmful to me. Thus, no matter what it is, it has already been burned clean by the talent tree, and I won't be affected at all. I have the talent tree, but fourth senior brother doesn't. In other words, no matter what kind of method his Honor used, fourth senior brother has already been affected. Not only fourth senior brother was affected, Tan Xing and Xiaoliang were affected as well. I have to be a bit more careful when I go back, If my performance is different from fourth senior brother and the others, it is very likely that I will be exposed. Just when he was thinking about this, suddenly, footsteps sounded out, and soon after, someone said, "Brother Zhou, I heard that Li Baxin is here?" Zhou Yuntian, who was left behind to guard the talent tree, said with a smile, "You guys sure are well informed. We have just returned and you guys have already heard about it?" The person who spoke said, "Brother Zhao, did you guys say that Li Baxin is here? Isn't that right?" The next moment, Lu Yi felt a lot of people gather around him, and one after another, voices rang out. "It really is Li Baxin. Brother Zhou has made a great contribution this time. Being able to gather such a talent for his honor, he will definitely be rewarded. It is our honor to be able to serve his honor, there is no need for any reward." "Yes, yes, yes. But I heard that Li Baxin is only at the 5th order Cloud River realm now. Isn't his cultivation a bit low?" "Low cultivation doesn't mean anything right now. He is Li Baxin. If he is allowed to grow to the 9th order, none of us will be his opponent." Chapter 573. Lu Yi had long known of his fourth senior brother's fame, and this time, he truly felt it. Strictly speaking, they were now considered captives, but even so, Li Baxin's arrival had attracted many cultivators who had heard of him for a long time. In contrast, Tan Xing and Xiao Liang, whose cultivation bases were higher than Li Baxin's, were ignored. The group chattered for a long time before Zhou Yuntian said, all right, his honor has already planted a secret technique in them, so they'll all be on the same side in the future. There will be plenty of opportunities to communicate, so let's disperse." The noisy crowd left one after another. Zhou Yuntian closed the door and quietly guarded the room. Only the steady breathing of the unconscious cultivators could be heard in the room. Various thoughts flashed through Lu Ye's mind. Judging from his honor's actions and the meaning of Zhou Yuntian's words, his honor had indeed planted some kind of secret technique on them. He more or less understood how his honor had controlled these cultivators. It was because of that unique secret technique. Thinking back to what he had felt before, Lu Yi was shocked because from what he had felt just now, the secret technique his honor had used was very likely related to the soul. When his honor had used the secret technique, he had felt some impact on his mind, and many inexplicable things had appeared in his mind. However, because his innate skill tree could burn things that had invaded his body and were harmful to him, he was not affected by the secret technique, which made it difficult for him to detect the specific effects of the secret technique. But a secret technique of the soul. Was that possible? That was a skill that could only be performed by Spirit Sea Realm cultivators. Only those who had reached the Spirit Sea Realm were qualified to use things related to the spirit. Everyone had a soul, and as their cultivation increased, their soul would also grow stronger. However, before reaching the Divine Sea Realm, cultivators were unable to actively use the power of their soul, let alone use a secret technique of the soul. Take Lu Yi for example. Because he had refined a lot of soul-cleansing water, his soul was much stronger than cultivators of the same cultivation level, so his mind was more stable. When faced with situations that impacted his mind or soul, he had a natural advantage. For example, if an ordinary Cloud River tier cultivator were to die in the Mirage Realm, they would definitely have a headache for 1 or 2 days. However, Lu Yi would recover very quickly. This was the benefit of having a powerful soul, but even so, he did not have the ability to activate his own soul power. His cultivation base was still far from that level. However, his honor was able to use a divine soul secret technique. It was also because of that soul secret technique that Her Excellency was able to control so many cultivators under her command, making those cultivators treat her with great respect and even worship her. Lu Yi was getting more and more curious about the identity of the Venerable One. Could it be that some divine ocean realm cultivator had forced his way into the Cloudy River battlefield? But that didn't seem right either. On the Spirit Stream battlefield, Powerful cultivators could use their merit points to force their way in. He had never heard of such a thing happening on the Cloud River battlefield. The cultivators who could enter the Cloudy River battlefield had always been at the Cloudy River tier. Furthermore, even if a Divine Sea Realm cultivator were to force their way into the Cloud River battlefield, they would still be suppressed by the balance of the heavens. If they were to move here, they would not be able to use the Soul Secret technique. More importantly, why would a Divine Sea Realm cultivator come here and use the Soul Secret technique to control a group of Cloudy River tier cultivators? It couldn't be a child's play. Thinking about it this way, Lu Yi felt that the Venerable One was most likely not a Divine Sea Realm cultivator. The more he thought about it, the more he did not understand. Lu Yi simply stopped thinking about it. He was in an awkward situation. He could use his talent tree to dispel the effects of the Soul Secret technique, but his fourth senior brother could not. Now that he was trapped here, although there was no danger for the time being, the Venerable One had gathered so many cultivators under her command. Her scheme was definitely not small. Who knew when danger would descend? He made up his mind. He definitely could not reveal that he had dispelled the Soul Secret technique. Otherwise, he would definitely die. He waited quietly. About 2 hours later, the people around him woke up one after another and sat up. Lu Yi also opened his eyes and sat up straight. Just as he was about to observe the reaction of his fourth senior brother and imitate him, he suddenly felt an impact of spiritual energy, followed by the sound of swords. Accompanied by the shouts of Tan Xing and Xiao Liang, the scene instantly became a mess. It was Li Baxian who saw Tan Xing and Xiao Liang next to him and brazenly attacked. Lu Yi also hurriedly pulled out his mountain coiling saber. Spiritual power surged around his body and flames wrapped around the saber. Stop! Zhou Yuntian, who had been guarding here all this time, had a change in expression. He rushed over in a flash, his powerful ninth order cultivation clearly displayed. The four figures were all pushed aside. Zhou Yuntian's face was filled with anger. He looked around at the four people who were hostile to each other and coldly said, "I don't care what kind of deep grudges you have before, nor do I care which camp you come from. Since you are here, you are family from now on. Don't mention any grievances." When he first appeared, he also said something similar, but at that time, no one took his words seriously. Now that he said it again, Lu Yi naturally ignored him. But when he looked at Xiao Yang and Tan Xing's pale faces, he found that they both had awkward expressions. Turning his head, even Li Baxian's brow furrowed. Zhou Yuntian coldly said, "What senior hates the most is to see his own family fight. This is the first time. You didn't understand the rules, so that's understandable, but if you do it again, there will be no mercy." Pausing for a moment, he shouted, "These are the rules set by Senior. Everyone must abide by them." As soon as these words came out, Tan Xing and Xiao Liang both showed looks of panic. Withdrawing their auras, they lowered their heads slightly. Yes. Li Baxian also put away his flying sword and nodded. Understood. The words senior seemed to have some kind of magical power to them at this moment, making them obedient. Zhou Yuntian coldly said, "Since you understand, then make peace. I hope you can really coexist like brothers in the future." Xiao Yang was silent for a moment before cupping his fists to Lu Yi and Li Baxian. "I have offended you many times before, please forgive me." Li Baxian politely returned the gesture. "Brother Xia is too serious. There is no need to mention the past. In the future, we will all be subordinates of Senior, so I hope Brother Xia and Brother Tan can take care of us." Of course, of course. Lu Yi stood to the side and watched coldly with a heavy heart. Only now did he realize how terrifying that Soul Secret technique was. No matter what it was enough to distort a person's mind. Zhou Yuntian smiled and nodded with satisfaction. "That's right. Since you are here, you will be a family from now on, a family. Come with me, Senior wants to see you, but before that, you have to wash up and change your clothes." Saying so, He turned around and left. Lu Yi and the others quickly followed. Walking out of the house, Lu Yi looked around and saw that this place should be a valley. The scenery was not as beautiful as Return to Heaven Valley, and the area was not large. However, there were all kinds of buildings in the valley, and there were many traces of cultivators coming and going. The climate in the valley was pleasant, and there were many peach trees planted here. At this time, it was the season of peach blossoms, and pink peach blossoms were in full bloom, filling the air with the fragrance of peach blossoms. As Zhou Yuntian walked forward, they met cultivators from time to time, and some of them even curiously looked at Lu Yi and the others. After walking for a short while, they arrived in front of a pool. The water in the pool was flowing, so clear that one could see the bottom. Under Zhou Yuntian's instructions, the four took off their clothes and entered the pool to wash their bodies. Lu Yi never expected that the four people who were fighting to the death before would be happily living together in the same pool. Moreover, Li Baxian, Tan Xing, and Xiao Yang were talking and laughing, as if everything that happened before was just a misunderstanding. Tan Xing and Xiao Yang's injuries were very serious. After all, they were besieged by a pack of wolves and were able to survive because they were strong enough. In the end, if they had not escaped in time, they would have died in the spiritual land. Not long after, the four finished bathing and put on their clothes. Lu Yi and Li Baxian looked refreshed while Xiao Yang and Tan Xing's faces were still pale. The injuries the two of them had suffered before would not be healed without a period of recuperation. Everything was ready, and under Zhou Yuntian's lead, they went deeper into the valley. They stopped in front of a large hall. There was a woman standing quietly at the entrance of the hall. She was tall and beautiful, and her beautiful eyes were as bright as the stars. Her gaze swept across Lu Yi and the others, and soon fixed on Li Baxian. She pursed her lips and smiled. "Is he Li Baxian?" Zhou Yuntian smiled and replied, "Yes, he is Li Baxian." The woman looked at Li Baxian from head to toe and nodded slightly, just like the rumors, handsome and dignified. Li Baxian smiled and bowed. "Fellow Taoist is too kind." The woman covered her mouth and smiled. "I thought Li Baxian was an arrogant and cold person, but I misunderstood. Fellow Taoist Li, I am also a sword cultivator. If you have time, I would like to ask fellow Taoist Li for advice." Li Baxian said, "I wouldn't dare to give advice. Fellow Taoist cultivation is far above mine. You should be the one giving me advice." The woman wanted to say something, but Zhou Yuntian coughed lightly. "Junior sister Yu, His Excellency is waiting for them." The woman surnamed Yu's expression immediately became serious, and she moved aside. "Bring them in." Zhou Yuntian nodded slightly, and led Lu Yi and the others to the front of the hall, and shouted, "Zhou Yuntian requests an audience with His Excellency. I have brought the newcomers. Come in." His Excellency's unique lazy voice came from inside the hall. Only then did Zhou Yuntian step forward and push open the door, and led Lu Yi and the others into the hall. As soon as they entered the hall, the tip of their nose smelled a unique and intoxicating fragrance. The furnishings in the hall were pink, and even the interior of the hall was filled with a pink aura, giving off a hazy and ambiguous feeling. At the top of the hall, there was a low couch. On the low couch, a graceful figure was lazily lying on her side. Beside her, there were a few women who were either squatting or standing. Some were gently fanning her with a fan, some were massaging her legs and shoulders, and some were peeling berries and feeding them to her. The figure lying on the low couch was undoubtedly His Excellency. Chapter 574. In the main hall, Zhou Yuntian led Lu Ye's group forward and stood 5 meters away from the couch. He lowered his head and said respectfully, "Zhou Yuntian greets Senior, the newcomer has been brought." Saying so, he turned his head and gave Lu Ye's group a meaningful glance. Li Baxian and the other two hurriedly cupped their fists and saluted. Lu Yi also followed suit and said in unison, "Greetings, Senior." The lazy voice sounded again. Lu Yi secretly raised his eyes to look, and when he saw who it was, he couldn't help but be stunned. Although this senior had appeared in the mountain forest before, there was a curtain separating them at that time, so Lu Yi didn't know what the other party looked like. He only knew that the other party was a woman. At this moment, without the curtain separating them, he could naturally see the other party's face clearly. To be honest, since cultivating until now, Lu Yi had seen many women, and many of them had outstanding appearances. Among female cultivators, there were no particularly ugly ones. Most of them had delicate features, at the very least they were of average appearance, and there were also quite a few who were peerless beauties. The main reason was naturally that cultivators had spirit qi, which could preserve their beauty. But Lu Yi had never seen such a beautiful face. There was almost no flaw on that face. It was so perfect that it didn't seem to belong to this world. It wasn't that kind of flawless beauty, but a kind of indescribable flirtatiousness. Especially the small mole under the corner of the other party's eye, it added a different kind of charm. Such a face undoubtedly had a great visual impact on the men in the world. Coupled with the extremely revealing clothes on the upper body, a large amount of snow-white skin was exposed. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was offensive to public morals, and it made people's blood boil. This kind of appearance, this kind of figure, even if she didn't rely on the mysterious soul-secret technique, she was qualified to control most men in the world, making them willing to sell their lives for her. What made Lu Yi particularly concerned was not her appearance, but the aura coming from her body. He had already felt that the aura of this senior was a little strange before, and now it was even clearer. The power flowing in her body was not the same as normal spirit qi. It was more like demonic qi. Lu Yi and Hu Pe spent a lot of time together, so his perception of demonic qi was still very sharp. If that's the case, then this His Honor isn't a human, but a demon? Moreover, she was definitely one of those demonic beasts that possessed some special abilities. Otherwise, there was no reason for her to be able to unleash a secret technique that could control a cultivator's divine sense as a Cloud River tier cultivator. This explained everything. Orthodox cultivators didn't have the ability to use divine sense secret techniques in the Cloud River tier, but beasts were different. Some powerful beasts were born with abilities that ordinary people couldn't match. As if sensing Lu Ye's gaze, His Honor's bewitching beautiful eyes swept over. When His Honor's eyes met Lu Ye's eyes, the corners of His Honor's mouth slightly curled up and revealed a playful smile. She had seen such gazes many times before, so she was not surprised, but Lu Ye's boldness did surprise her. Because of her soul-secret technique, basically everyone who saw her for the first time would be in awe. Even a cultivator like Zhou Yuntian, who had followed her for many years, only dared to sneak a peek at her occasionally. He had never dared to stare at her so openly. Lu Yi was the first person to stare at her like this during their first meeting. When their eyes met, Lu Ye's expression suddenly changed, because His Honor's pair of beautiful eyes gave him a feeling that they had turned into a bottomless abyss, causing his consciousness to sink uncontrollably. Shocked, Lu Yi hurriedly lowered his head. "Oh!" His Honor let out a surprised sound. She was a little surprised that Lu Yi could escape her gaze. She originally wanted to teach Lu Yi a little lesson, but she didn't expect that Lu Ye's mind was strong because of this. However, this was a good thing for her. The stronger the cultivators under her command were, the more power she could borrow. After giving Lu Yi a deep look, she no longer paid any attention to him. "Everyone, introduce yourselves," His Honor said lazily. Zhou Yuntian whispered from the side. "His Honor wants to understand your strength. If you have any special abilities, tell her everything. Don't hide anything. Brother Xia, let's start with you." Xiaoyang immediately cupped his fists and shouted, "Wild Blade Sex Xiaoyang, 9th Order Cloud River Realm, Armament Cultivator. As for special abilities, this Xia's heart is the saber. I have no other abilities." Zhou Yuntian explained, "His Honor, Wild Blade Sect is a first-grade sect. Brother Xia was once in the top 10 of the Spirit Stream list. His ninth-order Cloud River Realm cultivation isn't something an ordinary ninth-order realm cultivator can compare to. Correct. His Honor said indifferently. Zhou Yuntian reminded, Brother Tan. Tan Xing hurriedly said, New Moon Sex Tan Xing, ninth-order Cloud River Realm, armament cultivator. Zhou Yuntian continued, Brother Tan was once in the Spirit Stream list. New Moon Sect is a third-grade sect. In the entire 9 continents it can be considered a big sect. His Honor didn't say anything. Obviously, he wasn't as interested in Tan Xing as Xiaoliang. When it was Li Baxian's turn, he said, Pill Heart Sex Li Baxian, 5th Order Cloud River Realm, Sword Cultivator. Zhou Yuntian said, In the Spirit Stream battlefield, Li Baxian was a legendary figure. He was also the only person who was able to occupy the top 10 of the Spirit Stream list with a Heaven 8th Order cultivation for more than 10 years. I heard that Brother Li's spirit aperture was broken in a fight with someone. Now that he has reached the Cloud River realm, Brother Li's spirit aperture must have been repaired, right? Yes. Fortunately, little junior brother spent a huge amount of money to buy an aperture supplement pill. The broken spirit aperture has been repaired. Congratulations. His Honor, although Brother Li's current cultivation isn't high, in terms of potential, none of us can compare to him. Furthermore, he is a sword cultivator. If he can reach the 9th Order Cloud River realm in the future, he will definitely be a first-class master. Very good. His Honor's voice was filled with joy. When you return, give him some cultivation items. Let him cultivate well and work hard to improve his cultivation. Zhou Yuntian immediately turned to Li Baxian. Why aren't you thanking His Honor for the reward? Li Baxian immediately said, Thank you, Honor. Zhou Yuntian looked at Lu Yi. Lu Yi also cupped his fists and said, Blue Blood Sex Lu Yi, 4th Order Cloud River Realm, Weapon Cultivator. After a pause, he said, Subordinate is proficient in the Tao of Spirit Runes, the Tao of Spirit Arrays, and also knows a thing or two about the Tao of Spirit Runes. Zhou Yuntian had said before that if Lu Yi had any special skills, he should tell him everything and not hide anything. Although Lu Yi didn't want to say these things were known to everyone, including Xiaoliang and Tan Xing. So, even if he didn't want to, he had to say it to avoid any clues. Zhou Yuntian was stunned. Brother Lu has cultivated so many sects? I have dabbled a little, Lu Yi said modestly. Amazing, amazing. Zhou Yuntian revealed a happy look. Honor, we are lacking such talents right now, especially in the Tao of Spirit Arrays. Brother Xie has been complaining that he doesn't have anyone he can use. I think we can send Brother Lu to Brother Xie's side to assist him. You can decide on this matter yourself, there is no need to ask me, His Honor replied faintly. Yes. I'm tired, all of you can leave, His Honor waved his hand. Zhou Yuntian immediately said respectfully, Subordinate will take his leave. After saying this, he gave Lu Yi and the others a look, led them to bow and leave. After leaving the main hall, they followed Zhou Yuntian and soon arrived at the side of the valley. There were many loft-like buildings standing there, and the distance between each building was about 100 feet. In total, there were about 100 or so buildings. Zhou Yuntian said, Fellow Taoists, choose your own residence. In the future, everyone will be staying in Immortal Fox Valley. We are all family, so there is no need to be too reserved. There is only one thing that everyone needs to remember. Speaking up to here, his expression became extremely serious, and his voice also became low. After entering Immortal Fox Valley, everyone will have to cut off their past. From now on, you are all people of Immortal Fox Valley. Don't contact your masters and friends anymore, and you are not allowed to reveal the existence of Immortal Fox Valley to outsiders. If there is anyone who violates this order, kill without mercy. Yes. Lu Yi and the others nodded, indicating that they understood. Apart from this, there are no rules in Immortal Fox Valley. Apart from going out to recruit talents, there is basically nothing else to do. If you want to cultivate, then cultivate. He raised his hand and pointed at the lofts. The doors on the second floor are closed, and they are all occupied. The doors are wide open, and they are all unoccupied. Feel free to do as you please. After saying this, he exchanged battlefield marks with Lu Yi and the others, telling them to contact him if there was anything, and then left. After Zhou Yuntian left, Tan Xing and Xiao Liang went together to find their own residence. Lu Yi and Li Baxian also went in the same direction. Along the way, Lu Yi observed Li Baxian's expression and found that he looked normal, and there was no sign of anything wrong. He tentatively said, "Fourth senior brother." What about senior sister Feng? Zhou Yuntian said before that since they entered this immortal Fox Valley, they must cut off all ties with their past, and they must not reveal the existence of this place to anyone. Li Baxian and Feng Yuechan were childhood sweethearts, and they had been cultivating and living together for so many years. Suddenly being brought here and having to cut off all ties with their past, Lu Yi wanted to know what choice Li Baxian would make. Hearing this, Li Baxian sighed. Since His Excellency has given the order, then we can only obey. Yuechan, although she will be sad, she will be fine after a long time. Lu Ye's heart turned cold, but he still said, "That's true." He raised his hand and pointed at the two lofts in front of them. "Senior brother, let's choose these two. You and I live closer, and it will be easier for us to look after each other." Li Baxian nodded happily. "Okay." Then, the two of them each chose a loft. Lu Yi chose a loft on the right, and after walking in and looking around, he found that there were traces of people living here, and there were even some things left behind. However, the original owner should not have returned for a long time, as the loft was covered in dust. He didn't know what the situation of the original owner of this loft was, but from the current situation, the original owner of this loft was most likely dead. Otherwise, they wouldn't have stayed away for so long. This so-called immortal Fox Valley seemed to be peaceful, and everyone lived in harmony. Under His Excellency's sole secret technique, everyone was able to unite as one, but now it seemed that this place was not so safe. Chapter 575. Moreover, the name Fox Immortal Valley caught Lu Ye's attention. He took out the 10-point map and compared it with his current location. There were no special markings on the 10-point map. In other words, the existence of this valley was not recorded on the 10-point map. In that case, the name Fox Immortal Valley was unique to the cultivators here. He had previously speculated that the senior was a monster, but it was difficult to determine what kind of monster he was unless he revealed his true form. Fox Immortal Valley was undoubtedly a good hint. A fox monster? It could be explained. Legend had it that when a fox monster took human form, the men would be handsome and the women would be seductive. However, the senior was able to use a soul secret technique with the strength of a Cloud River Realm cultivator. He was obviously not an ordinary fox monster, and most likely had some extremely special bloodline. Take Hu Po for example. There were countless tiger-type monster beasts in the world, but other than Hu Po, there had never been a tiger-type monster beast that could transform into a nightmare spirit. Hu Po had the bloodline of the white tiger, one of the four symbols Saint Beast, and transforming into a nightmare spirit was its innate ability. No matter what, the senior was not easy to deal with. Now that he was in Fox Immortal Valley, Lu Yi had the innate skill tree and was not affected by the senior's secret technique. However, Li Baxian's mind was controlled and he was dead set on following the senior. Lu Yi could not take him away. Even Feng Yuechan, who had lived with him for many years, could be seen how overbearing the soul secret technique was. If Lu Yi forcefully took Li Baxian away, he would only expose the fact that he could not be controlled. At that time, all the cultivators in Fox Immortal Valley would come after him. There were as many masters here as there were clouds, and Cloud River Realm 8th or 9th Order cultivators were everywhere. If he really went that far, the consequences would be unpredictable. He secretly rejoiced that Feng Yuechan had stayed behind to take care of giant armor when it was injured. If she had followed him, they would definitely be wiped out. Now that Feng Yuechan and giant armor were still in the spirit land, Lu Yi at least had a backup and would not be alone. There was a place called Immortal Fox Valley in the Cloud River battlefield that had never been discovered by anyone before. Firstly, this place was located in the depths of the Great Mang Mountains. It was very difficult for ordinary cultivators to reach this place. Secondly, it was because of the rules of Immortal Fox Valley. All cultivators who entered this place had to sever their past. Under the Supreme One's secret soul technique, no one would be able to spread the news of this place. In this way, even if a cultivator went missing for a long time and couldn't be contacted, his sect and friends wouldn't be able to find him. At most, they could only determine whether he was alive or dead through the battlefield imprint. If Lu Yi wanted to take Li Baxin away from this place, he would have to first break the Divine Sense secret technique that His Excellency had planted. Otherwise, Li Baxin would not obediently submit. However, Divine Sense secret techniques involved the power of one's Divine Sense, so how could Lu Yi, who was only at the Cloud River tier, possibly break them? Unless his honor dispels the secret technique himself, that would be impossible as well. Or kill her. In comparison, killing her was the only feasible option. No matter how strong she was only at the Cloud River tier. And from what he saw of her today, she was not an overlord-level existence. In other words, her strength was at most at the peak of the Cloud River tier. Thus, although killing her was difficult, it was not impossible. The difficult part was how to deal with the cultivators of Immortal Fox Valley. Lu Yi wasn't too sure how many cultivators were gathered here, but from the moment he met Zhou Yuntian, he had seen more than 30 cultivators. And this was only what he had seen, so there were definitely many more that he had not seen. What did this fox spirit want to do by gathering so many cultivators? After pondering for a long time, Lu Yi had a vague plan in his heart. No matter what, it was not wrong to first investigate the strength of Immortal Fox Valley. Only after he understood everything about Immortal Fox Valley could he deal with the current situation more effectively. He had to first contact Feng Yuechan and Giant Armor. He and Li Baxin had chased after Xiaoliang and Tanxing, and there had been no news of them for so long. Presumably, Feng Yuechan was already anxious. Li Baxin could not send a message to reply, so he could only contact her himself. Moreover, when he pretended to be unconscious, he had already received a message, but it was inconvenient for him to check it. If he guessed correctly, it should be Feng Yuechan. Raising his hand to tap on the battlefield imprint, Lu Yi calmly checked it. Sure enough, it was Feng Yuechan who had sent a message. Moreover, there were several messages asking about his and Li Baxin's situation. Senior Sister Feng. Almost as soon as the message was sent, Feng Yuechan replied. Clearly, she had been waiting. Junior Brother Lu, you finally replied. How's the situation over there? Are you injured? Where's my senior brother? Why hasn't he replied to my message? Through the battlefield imprint, Feng Yuechan could confirm that Lu Yi and Li Baxin were still alive, but they had not replied, so she could not help but have a bad feeling. Senior brother and I are safe and sound, you don't have to worry. However, we've encountered some things over here, so I'm afraid we won't be able to return to the spiritual land for a while. Where are you? I'll come and find you. You can't come. Lu Yi hurriedly refused, and then told Feng Yuechan about what happened to him and Li Baxin, telling her about their current situation. Feng Yuechan was obviously greatly shocked. You're saying that senior brother's mind has been controlled by a fox demon? That's just my guess. I haven't seen her in person, so I can't say for sure. However, it's true that his mind has been controlled. Senior brother's current behavior is no different from usual. The only thing is that he is affected by the soul secret technique and obeys the fox demon's orders. I can't force him to leave. Damned beast. Feng Yuechan cursed. Although she was curious as to why Lu Yi was not affected by the soul secret technique, she did not ask. After all, if Lu Yi was really affected, he would not be talking to her about these things. That fox demon has a rule. Once you enter Fox Immortal Valley, you must cut off your past. So, Senior Sister Feng, if you send a message to Senior Brother will not reply to you. However, to avoid being exposed, please pretend that you don't know and continue to contact Senior Brother. I understand, Feng Yuechan replied. Soon, she sent another message. After hearing what you said, I remember something. A few years ago, a Cloud River Realm cultivator from Pil Heart sect went missing in Mount Taimong. Although he was confirmed to be alive through the battlefield imprint, no matter who sent the message, there was no reply. The sect thought that he had encountered an accident. Although they sent people into Mount Taimong to search for him many times, they found nothing. Now, it seems that the missing person has most likely fallen into Fox Immortal Valley. What's that person's name? Lu Yi hurriedly asked. If that was the case, that person was definitely still in Fox Immortal Valley. He's already dead. A year after he went missing, the battlefield imprint disappeared. Lu Ye's heart turned cold. He was even more certain that Fox Immortal Valley was not a peaceful place. Moreover, judging from the situation in Fox Immortal Valley, Pil Heart sect was not the only sect that had lost cultivators. However, because there was no way to contact the missing cultivators, the situation in Fox Immortal Valley had never been exposed. Although Lu Yi did not know how many cultivators had wandered into Fox Immortal Valley, it was definitely not a small number. There were only a total of 100 pavilions that could be used for living. Even if each person occupied a pavilion, there would only be slightly more than 100 people. Where did all the cultivators go? There should be some dangers that he had never seen before. Junior brother Lu, you must be careful over there. Take good care of your senior brother. If there are any abnormalities, you must send me a message. I know. Don't worry, Senior Sister Feng. By the way, how's Giant Armor's condition? Junior brother Giant Armor's physique is strong. His injuries are not serious, but they look a little scary. He's fine now. That's good. He exchanged a few more words with Feng Yuechan before ending the transmission. Sitting upright on the bed, Lu Ye's eyes flickered. If he wanted to kill that fox demon, it was not enough to rely on his strength alone. Perhaps he could get Feng Yuechan to contact some people and have them be on standby at the spiritual land? However, Lu Yi quickly dismissed this idea. There were quite a number of cultivators in Fox Immortal Valley. If he really wanted to contact some helpers, he did not know how many would be needed. Furthermore, there was a wolf pack at the spiritual land. When the time came, he only had to get Feng Yuechan and Giant Armor to bring the wolf pack out. There was no need for him to go through the trouble of finding any helpers. Therefore, what he had to do was to integrate into Fox Immortal Valley as much as possible and find out the strength of Fox Immortal Valley, especially the strength of that fox demon. If he wanted to kill her, he had to at least figure out how capable she was. After making up his mind, Lu Yi stood up and began to tidy up his house. There were many things left behind by the original owner here, so he naturally had to clean them up. After tidying up quickly, Lu Yi walked out of the small building and set up some simple formations outside. He also went to Li Baxian's residence next door and set up some formations for him as well. The night passed peacefully as he cultivated. The next day, while Lu Yi was cultivating, he heard the conversation between Li Baxian and Zhou Yuntian from the small building next door. Zhou Yuntian was here to deliver a reward. When he met the fox demon yesterday, the fox demon undoubtedly valued Li Baxian's talent very highly and specifically ordered Zhou Yuntian to reward him with some cultivation resources. Zhou Yuntian naturally did not dare to disobey the fox demon's orders. Lu Yi did not know what he had sent, but since it was cultivation resources, it should be either spirit stones or spirit pills. Not long after, Zhou Yuntian walked out from Li Baxin's place and went straight to Lu Ye's place. He called out, "Fellow Taoist Lu, are you here?" Lu Yi stood up and walked out of his room. He cupped his fists and said, "Fellow Taoist Zhou." Zhou Yuntian chuckled and asked with concern, "How is it? Are you used to living here?" Lu Yi replied, "It's quiet and empty, to my liking." "That's good." Zhou Yuntian nodded and did not beat around the bush. He said bluntly, "You said yesterday that you have some attainments in formations?" "That's right, but what kind of formations do I need to set up?" "That's not it. It's just that although there are many fellow Taoists in the valley, the only one who cultivates formations is fellow Taoist Xie. So, all the formations in the valley are under his charge. Since fellow Taoist Lu has some attainments in formations, his honor wants you to be fellow Taoist Xie's assistant and help him maintain the formations." Lu Yi naturally would not refuse this kind of thing. He could use this opportunity to familiarize himself with the situation in Fox Immortal Valley. He nodded, "All right." Chapter 576. The fellow Xie that Zhou Yuntian mentioned was called Xie Yunhan. He was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s. He wasn't tall and had a thin figure. He was a Cloud River 7th Order cultivator. Such a cultivation at such a young age undoubtedly meant one thing. Xie Yunhan's cultivation aptitude was not high. It could even be said that he was very poor. There was a special existence in the Spirit Stream battlefield. They were known as veteran 9th Order cultivators. They were limited by their aptitude. After opening 180 spirit apertures, it was difficult for their cultivation to progress. The minimum requirement for a cultivator to break through to the Cloud River realm was to open 240 spirit apertures and switch to a heaven-grade secret art. Therefore, these veteran 9th Order cultivators were unable to break through to the Cloud River realm and could only waste their time in the 9th Order. Generally speaking, although there would not be any stagnant cultivators like veteran 9th Order cultivators on the Cloud River battlefield, there were still some middle-aged faces. However, there were not many of them. Xie Yunhan was undoubtedly one of them. In the entire Fox Immortal Valley, he was the oldest, but his cultivation was not the highest. Under Zhou Yuntian's lead, Lu Yi met Xie Yunhan and they got to know each other. After learning that Lu Yi cultivated the Tao of Arrays and was arranged to be his assistant, Xie Yunhan was undoubtedly very happy. There were so many people in Fox Immortal Valley, but he was the only array cultivator. He had to arrange and maintain all the spirit arrays by himself. He was so busy every day that he was mentally and physically exhausted. If not for this, his cultivation would not only be at the Cloud River 7th Order. Lu Yi even met some white-haired old men. They were all cultivators who were unable to open more spirit apertures because of their lack of aptitude. On the battlefield of the Cloud River, there were very few cultivators who were very old. This was because the cultivation of Cloud River tier cultivators could rely on things like spirit lots to rapidly increase their cultivation level. As long as a cultivator's luck was not too bad, and his personality was too lazy, his cultivation level would always be able to increase bit by bit. However, it did not mean that it did not exist. Everyone's aptitude was different, so their cultivation speed was naturally different. Lu Yi nodded, naturally. Xie Yunhan waved his hand, "Follow me." Saying so, he led the way. Soon, they arrived at a corner of Fox Immortal Valley. Xie Yunhan pointed ahead and said, "There's a trapping formation here, but it's been set up for some time. I'm preparing to change its location. Fellow Taoist Lu, I'll have to trouble you to remove this trapping formation. Fellow Taoist Xie, I'll leave fellow Taoist Lu to you. He's new here, so there are many things he doesn't understand. You'll have to help him," Zhou Yuntian said. Xie Yunhan said, "Rest assured, fellow Taoist Zhou." After Zhou Yuntian left, Xie Yunhan looked Lu Yi up and down. His eyes were filled with unconcealable joy. Obviously, he welcomed Lu Ye's arrival. He said, Fellow Taoist Lu, I want to test your attainments in the Tao of Arrays. You won't mind, right? The method used to set up this trap array was not exquisite, and the strength of the entire array was not high. Even if he accidentally entered it and got trapped, he could still break it with brute force within the time it took to brew a cup of tea. With his current attainments in the array Tao, it would be a piece of cake for him to dispel this array formation. He pondered for a moment, pondering whether he should reveal his true abilities or hide his true abilities. All right. Lu Yi nodded and stepped forward. With the enhancement of his insight spirit inscriptions, he observed the array formation in front of him. Breaking arrays was something he was very familiar with. It was even easier than setting up an array. After a few breaths, he came up with a plan. He was just a fourth-order Cloud River Realm cultivator. If it wasn't for his special abilities, the Fox Demon might not even look at him. If he wanted to kill the Fox Demon, he would have to gain her trust and respect. Compared to that, the possibility of attracting Xie Yunhan's jealousy was nothing. After making up his mind, Lu Yi immediately got to work. If he revealed his true abilities, he might attract Xie Yunhan's disgust and jealousy. After all, he was the only array cultivator in the entire Fox Immortal Valley and was highly regarded by the Fox Demon. Once he showed that his attainments in the Tao of Arrays were higher than Xie Yunhan's treatment would definitely not be as good as before. But this way, he could take advantage of the situation and make the Fox Demon value him more and entrust him with important tasks. This would also make it easier for him to take action in the future. When he met the Fox Demon yesterday, she was obviously the most interested in Li Baxian because Li Baxian was famous and had great potential. Next was Xiaoliang because Xiaoliang was the strongest. Looking at the leopard through a tube, Xie Yunhan vaguely sensed that Lu Ye's attainments in the Tao of Arrays were not trivial. However, he could not see much from just one array. Xie Yunhan immediately led him around the Fox Immortal Valley. Some arrays needed to be removed, some needed to be strengthened and maintained, and some places needed to be rearranged. Under Xie Yunhan's instructions, Lu Yi meticulously and quickly completed one task after another. In just 20 breaths, the trapping array was perfectly broken and the array flags were retrieved one by one. Xie Yunhan was stunned and amazed. Fellow cultivator Lu's attainments in the Tao of Arrays seemed to be very high. Although this array was arranged by him, in all fairness, even if he did it himself, his efficiency might not be as fast as Lu Ye's. Xie Yunhan did not show any jealousy or disgust as Lu Yi expected. Instead, he was very happy. He pulled Lu Ye's arm and said, "I've stolen half a day of leisure. Fellow cultivator Lu, come, accompany me for a drink." Lu Yi naturally would not refuse. He could take this opportunity to improve their relationship and learn more about the situation in the Fox Immortal Valley from Xie Yunhan. Following Xie Yunhan to his loft, Xie Yunhan personally cooked a few dishes and dug out a jar of hidden wine from the open space behind the loft. The scheduled day's work was all completed by noon. The surprise in Xie Yunhan's eyes grew stronger. Previously, when Lu Yi was sent to assist him, he only thought that his future tasks would be easier. Now, he knew that Lu Ye's attainments in the Tao of Arrays far surpassed him. It was more than easy, this was simply picking up a treasure. After 3 rounds of wine, the atmosphere was much more harmonious. The fellow cultivator Lu in Xie Yunhan's mouth also became Brother Lu. Although it was the first time the two met, because of the secret technique planted by the Fox Demon, Xie Yunhan did not have much vigilance against Lu Yi. Basically, as Zhou Yuntian said before, as long as they entered the Fox Immortal Valley, they would be family in the future. The jar of wine was quickly finished. Xie Yunhan got up and said, "Brother Lu, wait a moment, I'll go get another jar." On the second floor of the pavilion, Xie Yunhan and Lu Yi sat opposite each other, drinking and chatting. Because of second senior sister, Lu Yi rarely drank. However, with his cultivation level, as long as he did not drink too much, it would not affect him much. He was not in a hurry to inquire about the situation in the Fox Immortal Valley. He just casually chatted with Xie Yunhan. Most of it was given to Li Baxian by him. He only kept a small part for himself. After all, it was useless for him to keep it. He opened the seal and poured a bowl for Xie Yunhan and half a bowl for himself. Xie Yunhan picked it up and sniffed it gently. His eyes were intoxicated. He raised his head and drank it all. Then, he closed his eyes and tasted it for a while. Then, he shook his head and said, "Yunzhou's jasper flower wine is still so sweet." Lu Yi hurriedly said, "Brother Xie, I have some here. You don't have to trouble yourself." Saying so, he took out several jars of different wines from his storage space. He didn't drink, but he had killed so many cultivators from the myriad Devil's Ridge. Many of them were fond of wine, so there would always be some wine from the 9 prefectures in their storage bag. They all became his spoils of war. Xie Yunhan smiled. "Whether it's the War Province or the Cloud Province, we are family here." "Yes, Brother Xie." He drank another big bowl. "If Brother Xie likes to drink, drink more." Lu Yi raised his hand and filled his bowl again. He asked casually, "Brother Xie is from the Cloud Province?" "Yes, I am from the Cloud Province." A look of reminiscence appeared in Xie Yunhan's eyes. "Back then, I loved this jasper flower wine the most. Is Brother Lu also from the Cloud Province?" Lu Yi said, "I'm from the War Province." He really wanted to ask him what he had been busy with for the past 12 years. Why was he only at the Cloud River Realm's 7th Order? Xie Yunhan seemed to have thought of something again, and could not help but sigh. "It's been 12 years. Look at the people coming and going in the valley. The new generation replacing the old generation. Sigh. In this valley, is there anyone who has been here longer than Brother Xie?" Lu Yi asked. Lu Yi poured the wine and said casually, "Brother Xie, I'm new here. There are many things in the valley that I don't know. Brother Xie seems to have been here for a long time. If I do anything wrong in the future, I hope Brother Xie can give me some pointers." Xie Yunhan picked up some food with his chopsticks and said proudly while eating, "Brother, don't worry. You and I work together and have similar temperament. This Xie will take care of you in the future. I don't dare to say anything else, but no one in the valley knows the taboos of Fox Immortal Valley better than I do. After all, this Xie has been here for 12 years. 12 years, Lu Ye's eyes twitched. Since he said so, Lu Yi did not ask any more questions to avoid alerting others. He immediately raised his big bowl and said, "Brother Xie, let me toast you again." Xie Yunhan said, "Brother Xie is too polite. Cheers, cheers." They drank from noon to night. Lu Yi did not manage to find out much from Xie Yunhan. However, what he knew now verified his previous guess. In this seemingly peaceful and auspicious Fox Immortal Valley, there was definitely some invisible danger hidden within. This danger would cause a person with a higher cultivation to die faster. Xie Yunhan chuckled, shook his head and said, "That's not true. Basically, the people who come here will only be here for 1 or 2 years at most." At this point, he suddenly sobered up a lot. He stopped talking and said in a low voice, "In any case, you and I, as formation cultivators, are indispensable talents under his honor. Therefore, our safety is guaranteed. Another point, Brother Lu, remember not to increase your cultivation too quickly." "Why is that?" Lu Yi faintly felt that he seemed to have touched on some secret. Listening to Xie Yunhan's words, it seemed that if his cultivation was raised too fast, he would encounter some danger. Xie Yunhan did not explain and only said, "Listen to me. In these years, there have been many geniuses in the valley. Their cultivation has advanced rapidly, but so what? Now they have all turned into dust. On the contrary, this Xie has been living until today." Chapter 577. Lu Yi suspected that Xie Yunhan's cultivation was only at the 7th order on purpose. Otherwise, it would be impossible for a person who had stayed in Fox Immortal Valley for 12 years to only have this level of cultivation. As the days passed, life in Fox Immortal Valley was extremely peaceful. Lu Yi had nothing else to do besides patrolling with Xie Yunhan and maintaining the spirit array. After the first few days of busyness, the following days became extremely leisurely. Almost every day, Lu Yi would contact Feng Yuchan and inform her of Li Baxian's current situation so that she didn't have to worry. In the past few days, Lu Yi had also heard a lot of news from Xie Yunhan. There were quite a number of cultivators in Fox Immortal Valley, more than 80 people, and 15 of them were at the 9th Order Cloud River realm. However, this was the deepest part of the Great Mang Mountains, and there were not many traces of cultivator activity, so there had been no newcomers joining Fox Immortal Valley recently. On this day, Lu Yi returned from drinking with Xie Yunhan and saw two figures crossing each other from afar, flying swords shuttling through the void. He went forward to take a look and found that Li Baxian and a woman were exchanging sword technique. Such a huge force was comparable to the number of cultivators in a large Grade A spiritual land. Lu Yi had once asked Xie Yunhan indirectly why the fox demon had gathered so many cultivators. It couldn't really be a child's play. However, since it involved Fox Demon, Xie Yunhan didn't dare to say much, only saying that Lu Yi would understand in a few days. Every day, a group of cultivators from Fox Immortal Valley would go out to gather talent. The so-called gathering of talents was nothing more than searching for cultivators everywhere. Then, they would have the Fox Demon knock them out and bring them back. Then, they would plant a soul mystic technique on them for the Fox Demon to use. The atmosphere in Fox Immortal Valley was harmonious. Because of the soul secret technique, the cultivators from the two camps from all over the 9 states were like family, so this kind of sparring was naturally not prohibited. Lu Yi also went over to watch for a while, but he didn't know much about sword technique. He only felt that the two's flying swords shuttled back and forth as they fought. It was very beautiful. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. The woman was the one surnamed Yu who was guarding Fox Demon's bedroom. Her name seemed to be Yu Daiwei, and she was also a 9th Order Cloud River Realm cultivator. That day, she said that she was also a sword cultivator and that she would look for Li Baxian to spar when she was free. Lu Yi had been hanging out with Xie Yunhan for the past few days, but he didn't know when his 4th senior brother had a relationship with this woman. One was a 5th Order Cloud River Realm cultivator, while the other was a 9th Order Cloud River Realm cultivator. If they really fought, Li Baxian would naturally not be their match. However, the two of them were just exchanging pointers on their sword techniques, so they fought back and forth. The scene was very lively, and many cultivators passing by stopped to watch and point at them. Yez's right, it was Yi Tian's was for Yez's, was not a thinking of this. Lu Yi immediately walked in the direction of Xiaoyang's residence. After a while, he arrived in front of a pavilion and shouted, "Is fellow Xia here?" 3 breaths later, the window on the 2nd floor was pushed open and Xiaoyang's face appeared. They looked at each other and Xiaoyang frowned. What's the matter? He practiced saber techniques, but no one had been able to teach him saber techniques because no one in the Jade Blood sect practiced saber technique. Although he had obtained a lot of saber techniques from the Wild Saber sect, what the Wild Saber sect had given him were all very basic things. Xiaoyang was from Wild Saber sect, so his saber techniques were undoubtedly the essence of Wild Saber sect. Lu Yi felt a lot of pressure when he fought with Xiaoyang before. The angle of Xiaoyang's saber was very tricky, and even though he was heavily injured, his saber was still sharp. If he went to spar with Xiaoyang now, he wouldn't refuse, right? Maybe he could even ask him to teach him some saber techniques? Xiaoyang raised his eyebrows in surprise. You want to ask me about saber techniques? Yes, I hope Brother Xia can teach me. Xiaoyang stared at him for a long time before his furrowed brows relaxed. The corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a meaningful smile. Alright. The spirit secret technique planted by the Fox Demon only affected a person's loyalty to the Fox Demon. It wouldn't destroy the cultivator's character. The two had a lot of enmity before. Even if they both entered Fox Immortal Valley, it wouldn't change Xiao Yang's impression of Lu Yi. But because of the Fox Demon's order, he wouldn't attack Lu Yi again. Lu Yi cupped his fists and said, "I'm here to ask Brother Xia about saber techniques." Lu Yi cupped his fists and said, "Please." As soon as he finished speaking, he stomped on the ground and charged towards Xiao Liang like a bolt of lightning. As he closed in on Xiao Liang, he unsheathed his Pan Shan saber, and a fiery red saber light slashed down. Facing this aggressive attack, Xiao Liang just raised his saber to meet it. He jumped down from the pavilion and flew forward, saying, "It's not good to fight here, come with me." Lu Yi followed him forward and observed Xiao Liang's aura. The other party's injuries should be more or less healed. After a while, they arrived at an open space. Xiao Yang turned to look at Lu Yi and summoned his saber. His aura surged and he said concisely, "Come, let me see what you're capable of." Fortunately, Xiao Yang didn't want to kill him. Otherwise, if he followed up with a few more attacks, Lu Yi would be crippled. That day, Lu Yi had been able to force Xiao Yang into a desperate situation, almost killing him, but that was only because Xiao Yang had been seriously injured. As a disciple of the Wild Blade sect who was ranked in the top 10 of the Spirit Stream list, Xiao Yang's talent could be said to be outstanding. How could the current Lu Yi compete with a Cloud River Realm 9th Order Master? Landing on the ground, Lu Yi couldn't stop himself from retreating. When he regained his balance, he rushed forward again. With a bang, Lu Yi felt a strong force coming from the front. His right hand holding the saber went numb and the web between his thumb and forefinger cracked. Xiao Yang didn't move. The saber in his hand chopped down and Lu Ye's figure was immediately sent flying. The difference in cultivation was too great. Even if Xiao Yang let him attack first, he still suffered a big loss. It would be better if Xiao Yang could give him pointers on his saber technique. However, although Xiao Yang wouldn't kill Lu Yi because of the Fox Demon's soul secret technique, he was still resentful of Lu Yi. It was unrealistic to ask him to give Lu Yi pointers on his saber technique. Xiao Yang only agreed to exchange pointers like this because he wanted to vent the resentment in his heart. While they were fighting, Zhou Yuntian came to Xie Yunhan's residence uninvited. Training in the Mirage world could improve one's ability to kill enemies, but how could it compare to the benefits of fighting with the most orthodox saber master like Xiao Yang? Every time they fought, every time he was repelled, Lu Yi would learn something. The angle of his opponent's saber, the timing of his attacks, the use of spirit qi. Even if Xiao Yang just wanted to teach him a lesson, Lu Yi would still benefit a lot from this fight. Lu Yi felt more and more that coming to Xiao Yang to exchange pointers was the right choice. Zhou Yuntian came to find Xie Yunhan mainly to ask about Lu Ye's situation. As the only two formation cultivators in the entire Fox Immortal Valley, Zhou Yuntian naturally had to pay more attention. "Brother Xie, how is fellow Taoist Lu's attainments in Formation Dao?" After drinking a few cups of wine, Zhou Yuntian stated the purpose of his visit. "A genius," Xie Yunhan praised generously. In the entire Fox Immortal Valley, Xie Yunhan had the most seniority. He had been here for 12 years, and no one could compare to him. Similarly, he was also the oldest. However, the one who was most valued by the Fox Demon was undoubtedly Zhou Yuntian. It could be said that Zhou Yuntian was the chief steward of the entire Fox Immortal Valley. Big and small matters were settled by him. Usually, the Fox Demon stayed in his bedroom and basically didn't show his face. In the room, the two of them were drinking and chatting merrily. After getting familiar with Lu Yi, Xie Yunhan also asked Lu Yi about Formation Dao. Lu Yi didn't hide much about it, so Xie Yunhan benefited a lot. Zhou Yuntian's eyes lit up when he heard that. He cautiously said, "Brother Xie, aren't you exaggerating a little? I know Brother Xie's attainments in Formation Dao. Is fellow Taoist Lu really as powerful as you say?" Xie Yunhan shook his head and said, "You're not a formation cultivator, so you don't understand. However, I can guarantee that I'm not exaggerating. I even feel that Brother Lu hasn't completely revealed his abilities in Formation Dao. I'm afraid he's afraid of hurting me. Zhou Yuntian was stunned. In the past, the Fox Immortal Valley had recruited a few formation cultivators, but none of them caught Xie Yunhan's eye. Although Xie Yunhan's cultivation wasn't high, his attainments in Formation Dao weren't low. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the ability to maintain the entire Fox Immortal Valley's Formation Dao. So, when he heard such a high evaluation of Lu Yi, Zhou Yuntian was stunned. Brother Zhou, Brother Lu's attainments in the Dao of Formations are much higher than mine. Although my cultivation level hasn't improved much over the years, I've spent a lot of time on the Dao of Formations. I'm confident that there aren't many people in the Cloud River tier who can surpass me in the Dao of Formations, unless they're from a large sect that cultivates formations. However, Brother Lu's attainments in the Dao of Formations are truly admirable. Let me put it this way, even if I were given another 10 years, I wouldn't be able to compare to Brother Lu in the Dao of Formations. Brother Xie means, the next time we take action, Brother Lu will preside over the Formation Dao, and I'll assist. Perhaps we'll succeed. I'll have to report this matter to Senior and let Senior make the decision. However, Brother Xie, if that's the case, wouldn't we have picked up a treasure? Zhou Yuntian looked excited. Lu Ye's fourth order cultivation wasn't much in the Fox Immortal Valley, but if his attainments in Formation Dao were as exaggerated as Xie Yunhan said, then he would definitely be a treasure for the Fox Immortal Valley. Speaking of which, even if Brother Zhou didn't come looking for me today, I was going to look for you. Yes, everything is for the sake of helping your honor succeed. Saying so, he hurriedly stood up. This matter is of great importance. I'll go see Senior now and tell her this good news. Senior will definitely be very happy. Xie Yunhan raised his hand. As long as I can help Senior succeed, it doesn't matter who is in charge and who is assisting. I, Xie Yunhan, have been in the Fox Immortal Valley for so many years, how could I not see this point? Chapter 578. After leaving Xie Yunhan's place, Zhou Yuntian rushed to report Lu Ye's matter. However, he didn't walk far before he sensed the sounds of a fierce battle. He frowned and followed the sound. Fox Immortal Valley didn't forbid cultivators from exchanging pointers. After all, it was beneficial for cultivators to increase their strength. A good exchange of pointers could also improve the relationship between cultivators. However, such a fierce battle was rare. As the steward of Fox Immortal Valley, how could Zhou Yuntian not care? Upon closer inspection, Zhou Yuntian's face paled in fright. This was because the two people fighting were Lu Yi and Xiaoliang, two newcomers. Moreover, both of their attacks were extremely ruthless and sharp, but the difference in their cultivations was simply too great, so Lu Yi appeared to be in quite a sorry state. What caused Zhou Yuntian's eyes to twitch even more was the fact that Lu Ye's body was covered in wounds that were neither light nor heavy, blood staining his robes. Stop, quickly stop! Zhou Yuntian hurriedly shouted. On the battlefield, Lu Ye's qi and blood were surging. He held his mountain saber and stood in place. On the other hand, Xiaoliang was calm and composed. Seeing Zhou Yuntian suddenly come over, the two hurriedly stopped and bowed. Fellow Taoist Zhou. Zhou Yuntian's expression was gloomy. He first glared at Xiaoliang, making him confused. Then, he turned to Lu Yi and asked with concern, Fellow Taoist Lu, how are your injuries? Are they serious? His enthusiasm surprised Lu Yi, but considering Zhou Yuntian's status as the steward of Fox Immortal Valley, he didn't think too much about it. He only replied, They're all superficial wounds. I'll be fine after some rest. Zhou Yuntian let out a long breath. That's good. He turned to Xiaoliang and reprimanded, Fellow Taoist Xia, Fellow Taoist Lu's cultivation is far inferior to yours. How could you be so heavy-handed? Xiaoliang muttered, No, fellow Taoist Zhou, it's Lu Ye who came to find me. He wants me to exchange pointers with him. If you want to exchange pointers, then exchange pointers. How could you injure him? Zhou Yuntian's face sank. Everyone in Fox Immortal Valley is of one heart and is as close as brothers and sisters. Fellow Taoist Lu came to exchange pointers with you. You should give him pointers, not injure him. Xiaoyang didn't know what to say. Most of the sparring between cultivators could indeed stop at a certain point. However, for two cultivators who use sabers, it was really not effective at all. They had to fight with all their strength to achieve the desired effect. Moreover, when he fought with Lu Yi, Yang Kai had done his best to control his strength. Otherwise, Lu Yi would not have suffered such a simple flesh wound. Zhou Yuntian's indiscriminate reprimand really made him angry, but he couldn't refute, so he could only look at Lu Yi. Lu Yi said, "Fellow Taoist Zhou, please calm down. I was indeed the one who suggested the spar. Furthermore, fellow Taoist Xia has already done his best to hold back. It's my fault for not being strong enough." Disregarding everything else, he had benefited a lot from this fight with Xiaoyang. He couldn't allow Xiaoyang to refuse to spar with him because of Zhou Yuntian. That would be a great loss. Since I know that your strength is not high, then you should be even more careful. Zhou Yuntian's face was cold. Lu Yi really couldn't figure out what was going on with Zhou Yuntian. Speaking of which, besides coming into contact with him at the beginning of Fox Immortal Valley, he hadn't seen him at all these days. His favoritism really made Lu Yi puzzled. How could he know that Zhou Yuntian had come out from Xie Yunhan's place, and Xie Yunhan had given him an extremely high evaluation, making Zhou Yuntian realize how precious Lu Yi was in terms of array Dao. Xiaoyang sighed and said, "I understand. I won't do it again in the future. Please rest assured, fellow Taoist Zhou." Only then did Zhou Yuntian's expression become slightly better. He nodded and said, "Remember, everyone in our Fox Immortal Valley is your brother and sister. If there are any grievances in the past, let them go with the wind." After a pause he continued, "Both of you use sabers. Fellow Taoist Lu wants to spar with you because he wants to improve his saber skills. Since that's the case, you can directly guide him. If you really want to spar, you must hold back. You must not hurt him again." "Yes," Xiaoyang responded. "Okay, today's matter ends here. I still have something to do, so I'll take my leave first. I don't want to see such a scene next time, otherwise, his honor will definitely be unhappy," Zhou Yuntian warned lightly. Hearing him mention his honor, Xiaoyang's expression couldn't help but change. He hurriedly said, "Please rest assured, fellow Taoist Zhou. Lu Yi wants to cultivate the saber, so I will teach him everything I know. I won't hold anything back." "That's good. Take care, fellow Taoist Zhou." Zhou Yuntian nodded lightly, then looked at Lu Yi and said, "If there's anything in the future, feel free to contact me." Lu Yi responded blankly, "Okay." Watching Zhou Yuntian's back disappear, Lu Yi had a strange expression. Today's matter, Zhou Yuntian said that everyone in Fox Immortal Valley was his brother and sister, but he was biased towards him. Lu Yi naturally felt it, but why? In terms of cultivation, he was the weakest in the entire Fox Immortal Valley. Other than him, only Li Baxian was at the 5th order. Above him, the weakest cultivator was at the 6th order. Was it because of his recent performance in the Tao of Arrays? Looking at the direction Zhou Yuntian came from, he should have come from Xie Yunhan's side. In that case, Xie Yunhan should have said something to him that caused Zhou Yuntian to be so blatantly biased towards him. He even used his honor's name in the end. It seemed that he had made the right choice not to hide his strength in the Tao of Arrays. "Lu Yi." Xiaoyang's voice rang in his ears. Lu Yi turned around and said, "Fellow Taoist Xia, don't take what fellow Taoist Zhou said to heart. Let's fight again. You don't have to hold back." "Forget it." Xiaoyang's expression was calm, and no one could tell whether he was happy or angry. Since fellow Taoist Zhou has given the order, then the matter of exchanging pointers will be dropped. However, in terms of saber techniques, I can teach you wholeheartedly. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me. Although your saber techniques are overbearing and violent, I can see that your foundation is very poor. It should be because you have no one to guide you systematically. Thinking about it, there were only 2 or 3 people in the Blue Blood sect before you, and none of them used the saber. I'm afraid no one can teach you. Lu Ye's eyes lit up when he heard this. I can ask you anything? As long as it's saber techniques, I'll do it. I won't hide anything. Then I'll thank fellow Daoisya in advance. Before entering Fox Immortal Valley, Lu Yi had never imagined that he would one day be able to cultivate saber techniques under Xiaoyang's guidance. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Xiaoyang was from the Wild Saber sect and had extraordinary talent. The saber techniques he cultivated were the essence of the Wild Saber sect's many years of accumulation. If he could guide Lu Yi, he would definitely make a lot of mistakes. Under his guidance, Lu Yi began to cultivate from the most basic chopping. Although the whole process was dry and boring, Lu Yi was in high spirit. While one was teaching wholeheartedly and the other was learning diligently, Zhou Yuntian had already reported Lu Ye's matter in the fox demon's bedroom. When the coquettish fox demon heard this, she revealed a look of surprise and smiled gently. So, you really picked up a treasure this time? Since Ye Yunhan said so, he must have his reasons. Since that's the case, Lu Yi will be in charge of the formations in Fox Immortal Valley in the future. Let Xie Yunhan be the assistant. That chuckle made Zhou Yuntian's bones go soft. Even the few women serving the fox demon couldn't help but reveal an intoxicated look in their eyes. Zhou Yuntian kept his mind clear and did not dare to show disrespect. He accepted the order and said, "This subordinate understands. However, Your Excellency, we haven't been able to find any newcomers recently." The fox demon said, "After all, this place is deep in the Taimong Mountains. Usually, cultivators rarely appear. It's normal that you can't find anyone." Zhou Yuntian probed, "Then, should we let someone send a message and lure some people over?" After they entered Fox Immortal Valley, they had cut off all contact with the outside world. The cultivators outside could only determine whether they were alive or dead through the existence of the battlefield imprint. They could not determine their current state and location. However, if they took the initiative to send a message to the outside world, it would definitely attract a group of people. At that time, as long as the fox demon took action, it would continue to strengthen Fox Immortal Valley's strength. No! The fox demon decisively rejected. Her body that was originally lying on the soft couch slowly sat up. Her expression was solemn. "Remember, once you enter Fox Immortal Valley, you can never send a message to the outside world. Whoever dares to send a message will die." Zhou Yuntian's face paled. He lowered his head and said, "Yes, this subordinate understands. You're dismissed." "Yes." Zhou Yuntian respectfully retreated. After he left, the fox demon's beautiful eyes fluctuated. Indeed, if they followed Zhou Yuntian's method, Fox Immortal Valley would definitely be able to rapidly strengthen their strength. At that time, not to mention 100 people, even 200 people or more would be able to gather in an extremely short period of time. However, Fox Immortal Valley had existed for so many years. She had used this method to enslave too many human cultivators. She could already feel an indescribable sense of danger. It was a sense of danger that felt like a sharp blade hanging over her neck that could fall down at any time. When she first felt this sense of danger, she thought it was an illusion. However, as time passed, this sense of danger became clearer and clearer. She understood that it was not an illusion. Instead, it was Tianji paying attention to her. A power that should not have appeared on the battlefield of the Cloud River Tier had appeared. This power was used to enslave Cloud River Tier cultivators. This undoubtedly infuriated Tianji, causing her to feel an immense sense of danger. She knew that there would be a day when Tianji would punish her for her actions. However, before that, she still had something that she had to do. She could not do it with her own strength. She could only enslave more cultivators to help her complete it. Enlisting new cultivators was already the limit. If she really used that method to lure others into the trap, it would only increase Tianji's attention on her and the danger hanging over her head. The gains would not make up for the losses. It's already late. Cultivate again tomorrow, Xiaoliang said. He took out a jade scroll from his storage bag and handed it to Lu Yi. This is the cultivation experience of saber techniques compiled by the elders of my sect. You can take a look at it. Be sure not to lose it. Lu Yi took the jade scroll. Many thanks, Brother Xia. Fox Immortal Valley. It was really a good place. Chapter 579. In just a few days, Lu Yi had already figured out the situation in Fox Immortal Valley, but he still had no clue how to safely take Li Baxian away. As long as Li Baxian's sole secret technique was not broken, it was impossible for Li Baxian to follow him obediently. Killing Li Baxian was even more impossible. Apart from the first time he saw Li Baxian in Li Baxian's bedroom, Lu Yi had not seen Li Baxian for the past few days. She had always stayed in her bedroom and did not show her face. Moreover, even if she did show up, Lu Yi could not kill her with his current strength. She had many cultivators protecting her. There was another piece of good news which came from Feng Yuechan. The wolf pack at the spiritual land had grown stronger. At first, there were only 100 wolves, but later on, they went somewhere and gathered more of their kind. When Tan Xing and the others killed their way into the spiritual land, there were already more than 200 wolves. Just a day ago, the wolf pack brought back another batch of their kind, expanding the pack to more than 300 wolves. In Lu Ye's plan, killing Fox Demon required the help of the wolf pack, so the wolf pack's growth was a good thing for him. He just had to wait for the right opportunity. There were too many cultivators in Fox Immortal Valley, and they had formations to rely on. Even if there were more than 300 wolves, they would definitely not be a match for them. If the wolf pack could grow to 500, they might be able to try to attack Fox Immortal Valley, but 300 was still too much. He could only continue to wait for a good opportunity. On the second day of learning saber techniques from Xiaoliang, Zhou Yuntian came over and conveyed Fox Demon's orders. In the future, Lu Yi would be in charge of the formations in Fox Immortal Valley and Xie Yunhan would be his assistant. Since it was an order from Fox Demon, Lu Yi had no reason to refuse. He immediately accepted the order and finally confirmed that Zhou Yuntian was biased towards him yesterday because of his performance in formations. Xie Yunhan must have said a lot of good things about him. In fact, there was not much difference between who was the main and who was the assistant. The formations in Fox Immortal Valley had been maintained for many years. A few days ago, Lu Yi and Xie Yunhan had done various maintenance and adjustments. Now, the two of them did not need to do much. Every day, they would walk around Fox Immortal Valley 3 times in the morning, afternoon, and evening to check the operation of the formations. The change in position was only a nominal change. It allowed Lu Yi to receive more attention and a higher position in Fox Immortal Valley. Most of the time, Lu Yi cultivated his saber arts with Xiaoliang. He had never paid attention to it before, but ever since he started cultivating his saber arts with Xiaoliang, he realized that his foundation was too poor. Ever since he had embarked on the path of cultivation, he had learned almost everything on his own. That was especially true when it came to saber technique. No one had ever taught him a complete system. The only help he had received was the saber techniques that his third senior brother had entrusted to his son at the Spirit Stream battlefield, which had allowed him to learn the art of transfusing blood. However, this was only a secret technique that all weapon cultivators needed to cultivate. It was of no use in improving one's foundation. Xiaoliang's careful guidance would undoubtedly make up for Lu Ye's shortcomings. Lu Yi cherished such an opportunity. How to exert force, how to breathe, and how to change moves were all very particular. Lu Yi used to just follow his instincts when swinging his saber, but now with Xiao Yang's guidance, he felt a sense of enlightenment. The foundation of his saber arts was improving day by day. Xiao Yang had praised Lu Ye's talent in saber arts more than once. He had even said that if he had entered the wild saber sect back then, he would have been able to obtain the essence of the wild saber sect. Time flew by and a few days passed. Early in the morning, Lu Yi and Xie Yunhan inspected the various formations in Fox Immortal Valley as usual. It took them half an hour to check all the formations and make sure that they were working well. Lu Yi was about to go back and cultivate his saber arts with Xiao Yang when Xie Yunhan suddenly said, "Brother, there's another place to be inspected today." Lu Yi asked curiously, "There's another place?" There were only so many places to be inspected every day. He had become completely familiar with them these days and was sure that he had not missed anything. Where did the other place come from? That's the forbidden area of Fox Immortal Valley. It needs to be inspected once every half a month. No one is allowed to go near it on normal days, Xie Yunhan explained. Forbidden area? Lu Yi suddenly became interested. There was actually a forbidden area in Fox Immortal Valley. This was something that he had never known before. However, since it was a forbidden area, it was naturally impossible for him to know about it as a newcomer. As Xie Yunhan walked in a direction, they arrived at the deepest part of Fox Immortal Valley. A large formation appeared in front of them. "It's here." Xie Yunhan pointed at the large formation in front of them. "No one is allowed to go near this place. However, His Honor has ordered me to come and inspect every half a month. In the future, this matter will be handed over to you." Lu Yi looked at the formation in front of him. On the surface, it was a large concealment formation. Inside, there should be a large defensive formation operating. However, with the concealment formation, he could not see the situation inside. The area covered by the formation was not too big. It was only about a dozen feet in radius, forming a circle. "What's inside?" Lu Yi asked. Xie Yunhan shook his head. "I don't know." "You don't know?" Lu Yi was surprised. "When I came to Fox Immortal Valley, the forbidden area was already here. Usually, I just maintain the formation and have never entered. Brother, His Honor does not allow anyone to enter. In the future, you only need to come and inspect every half a month." "I understand." Immediately, the two of them split up and inspected the formation. After confirming that the formation was in good condition, they quickly left. "Brother, come over to my place for a drink?" Xie Yunhan invited. "I'll disturb Brother later. I'll go and find Brother Xia to cultivate my blade technique first." Xie Yunhan chuckled. "Then I'll wait for you. Fellow Taoist Lu." A voice suddenly sounded from not far away. Lu Yi turned his head and looked over, only to see Zhou Yuntian looking at him with a smile. From the looks of it, Zhou Yuntian seemed to have been waiting for him. Xie Yunhan said, "Brother Zhou should be looking for you for something. You can go over first." Lu Yi nodded his head, then separated from Xie Yunhan and walked towards Zhou Yuntian. When he arrived, he cupped his fist and greeted, "Fellow Taoist Zhou." Zhou Yuntian said with concern, "You've worked hard these past few days. His Honor is very satisfied with your performance." Lu Yi immediately revealed a happy expression and said, "Serving His Honor is subordinate's duty." Zhou Yuntian nodded his head slightly. "Fellow Taoist Lu is right to think this way. Everything that we have is bestowed upon us by His Honor. Protecting His Honor is our greatest mission." His face was filled with fanaticism, as if even if His Honor asked him to die, he wouldn't even frown. Lu Yi felt a chill in his heart and changed the topic. "Fellow Taoist Zhou is looking for me?" "Oh." Zhou Yuntian came back to his senses. "When I met His Honor a few days ago, I remember fellow Taoist Lu said that you're proficient in the Tao of Spirit Runes, Formation Tao and the Tao of Inscriptions? Actually, strictly speaking, I'm a Spirit Rune Master. I've only dabbled in the Tao of formations and the Tao of inscriptions. You've only dabbled in the Tao of formations, yet fellow Taoist Lu has such high attainments in the Tao of formations. Then, what about the Tao of inscriptions? I've only started cultivating the Tao of inscriptions not long ago. It can't be compared to the Tao of formations. Is it possible to inscribe inscriptions? It's possible, but I can only inscribe 3 types of inscriptions. Which 3 types? The offensive type of sharpness, the defensive type of defense, and the auxiliary type of wind type of inscriptions. Zhou Yuntian's eyes lit up and he eagerly asked, "What's the success rate?" Basically, the possibility of failure is very small. Previously, when he practiced with the wolf pack, he rarely failed. Moreover, it didn't matter if he failed. After a few days, when the inscriptions recovered, he could just inscribe them again. It wouldn't cause much damage to the inscriptions. Good, good, good. Zhou Yuntian was overjoyed. Fellow Taoist Lu, can you show me a thing or two? Of course. I wonder who wants to inscribe inscriptions? Lu Yi still had a lot of inscriptions materials in his hands, and it was enough for him to use. Inscribe on my body. Then, fellow Taoist Zhou, please follow me. After Lu Yi finished speaking, he led the way. Soon, he returned to his own pavilion, took out all kinds of inscriptions materials, and introduced them to Zhou Yuntian. This time, he said, "Fellow Taoist Zhou, what kind of inscriptions do you want?" Zhou Yuntian pondered for a moment and said, "Defensive type." Sharp inscriptions were not suitable for piercing people's bodies. This was different from the demon wolves. After all, cultivators usually had spirit weapons when fighting, and no one would use their hands to scratch or bite people. Inscriptions used on cultivators were either defensive or wind-moving. One allowed cultivators to have a stronger defensive method, while the other allowed cultivators to run faster. Overall, defensive type was the most suitable. It wasn't strange for Zhou Yuntian to make such a choice. Then where does fellow Taoist Zhou want to inscribe? Lu Yi asked again. Zhou Yuntian reached out and tore open his clothes at his chest, and pointed at his chest. Here. It was a very normal choice. The heart was a vital point, and with a defensive inscription protecting it, it was very likely that it could save one's life at some critical moment. Fellow Taoist Zhou, please lie down. Lu Yi gestured with his hand. Zhou Yuntian lay on Lu Yi's bed and opened his clothes. Lu Yi picked up the needle, dipped it in the materials for defensive inscriptions, and raised his hand to stab Zhou Yuntian's heart. When the needle fell, Zhou Yuntian's expression was clearly nervous, but he quickly relaxed. As the needles pierced Zhou Yuntian's chest one after another, a triangular yellow mark gradually appeared. Within the mark, there were many complex lines that intertwined with each other. Just by looking at it, it gave off a feeling of impregnable invulnerability. A single defensive rune was nothing to Lu Yi. In less than the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Lu Yi stopped and said, "Fellow Taoist Zhou, it's done." Zhou Yuntian stood up and lowered his head to look at the mark on his chest. He channeled a bit of spiritual power into it, and a triangular barrier immediately appeared on his chest. The barrier was tightly attached to his chest, and it was clearly many times stronger than his protective spiritual power. Zhou Yuntian was overjoyed and couldn't help but praise, "Fellow Taoist Lu is truly amazing. To be able to inscribe inscriptions at the Cloud River realm, this is the first time I've seen such a thing." Lu Yi said, "Fellow Taoist Zhou, you flatter me. My skills are not great, and this is only a temporary inscription. The number of times I can use it is limited. It's fine as long as fellow Taoist Zhou is satisfied." "Satisfied, very satisfied." Zhou Yuntian nodded with a smile. When he looked at Lu Yi again, he increasingly felt that he had picked up a treasure. Chapter 580. In the Fox Demon's bedroom, Zhou Yuntian hurried over and bowed. "What's the matter?" The Fox Demon, who was lying on the soft bed, asked softly. A female cultivator stood in front of her, holding an incense burner. Smoke rose from the incense burner and entered the fox demon's nose, causing her face to redden. Even her slightly opened eyes were filled with mist. "Senior, this subordinate has been impolite. Please take a look," Zhou Yuntian said as he opened his chest and circulated his spirit energy. In the next moment, a spirit rune appeared on his chest. The fox demon opened her eyes slightly and looked at the spirit rune. Raising her hand, she shot out a beam of spirit energy and hit the spirit rune on Zhou Yuntian's chest. The spirit rune dimmed but did not break. Under the attack, Zhou Yuntian took a few steps back. "Is this a spirit rune?" The fox demon was quite knowledgeable and could naturally tell what this spirit rune was. "Senior, it is a spirit rune and it was done by Lu Yi. He has such ability." The fox demon was surprised. A few days ago, Zhou Yuntian came to report to her about Lu Yi dabbling in spirit runes, but she did not take it to heart. Because a fourth-order Cloud River Realm cultivator, even if he practiced the spirit rune, it was impossible for him to have high attainment. But now, it seemed that she had underestimated him. The fox demon immediately realized the value of this spirit rune. Currently, the Fox Immortal Valley was unable to recruit more newcomers, but with the help of this spirit rune, the strength of the entire Fox Immortal Valley would increase by at least 10 to 20%. Compared to recruiting more newcomers, this kind of increase was more direct and convenient. How long did he spend on this spirit rune? The fox demon sat up straight and her expression became more serious. "Only an incense stick's worth of time. Moreover, I saw that his technique was extremely skilled. Obviously, he knows this spirit rune very well," Zhou Yuntian reported truthfully. "An incense stick's worth of time." The fox demon was surprised. "Senior, perhaps you can let the fellow cultivators in the valley go to him and ask for a spirit rune? This way, the fellow cultivators will have a higher chance of survival." The fox demon gently nodded. "All right, I will leave this matter to you." "Yes, I will definitely not disappoint your honor," Zhou Yuntian respectfully replied. Lu Yi was practicing his saber art with Xiaoliang. While he was immersed in his saber art, Zhou Yuntian suddenly led a group of people over and shouted from afar, "Fellow Taoist Lu." Lu Yi stopped what he was doing and sighed inwardly. What was to come would come. After he gave Zhou Yuntian the defensive tattoo, he had a premonition of what would happen. After all, the tattoo was a very convenient external force. Zhou Yuntian had already experienced the benefits of the tattoo, so there was no reason for him to ignore it. Sure enough, when Zhou Yuntian came over, he conveyed the fox demon's order to Lu Yi to tattoo all the cultivators in the valley. Naturally, Lu Yi could only agree. On the second floor of the pavilion, Lu Yi was preparing the materials and tools to inscribe runes. He said to Zhou Yuntian, "Fellow Taoist Zhou, inscribing runes requires a lot of mental energy. I can only inscribe runes for 10 fellow Taoists a day. Any more and I won't have enough mental energy." Actually, he could have stabbed more, but that would not only take up the time he needed to practice his saber art, but it would also be more troublesome to recover. Inscribing 10 people a day wouldn't consume too much of his mental energy. "No problem. Fellow Taoist Lu, do whatever is convenient for you. Although the Lord has given the order, there is no time limit." Moreover, although the number of cultivators in the Fox Immortal Valley wasn't small, there weren't many either. If he wanted to inscribe 10 people a day, it would only take 8 to 9 days. "Then let them come up one by one," Lu Yi said. Zhou Yuntian walked to the window and shouted, "Brother Zhao, come up." Among the cultivators waiting below, the cultivator surnamed Zhao, who was called by Zhou Yuntian, stepped up and quickly arrived at the second floor. He first bowed politely to Lu Yi. Lu Yi let him choose whether to tattoo Feng Xing or defend. As expected, the cultivator surnamed Zhao also chose the defensive tattoo. Moreover, just like Zhou Yuntian, he also chose to tattoo the tattoo on his chest. Under Lu Ye's instructions, The cultivator surnamed Zhao opened his clothes and lay down on the bed. After an incense stick's worth of time, the tattoo was completed. The cultivator surnamed Zhao tested it and confirmed that the defensive tattoo could be activated. He happily thanked Zhou Yuntian. Then came the next. When it was time for the third person, it was a female cultivator. Standing in front of Lu Yi, the female cultivator's face was red. She lowered her head and said, "Junior brother Lu, can I tattoo on my back?" "Of course, any position is fine." Lu Yi nodded. "Then on my back." If it wasn't for the Lord's personal order, she wouldn't have come to ask Lu Yi for a tattoo. After all, she was a woman. Letting a man touch her body made her feel really shy and unbearable. However, the defensive tattoo could indeed provide a certain amount of protection. Compared to letting Lu Yi stab her chest, it was still acceptable for him to tattoo her back. Lu Yi also didn't expect that an inscription master would have such benefits. In the future, there would be a lot of such things. He calmed his mind and remained calm. "Senior brother Zhou, you go out first." The female cultivator's face was red as she glared at Zhou Yuntian, who was standing at the side. Oh, I'll wait outside." Zhou Yuntian suddenly came back to his senses and hurriedly walked out, closing the door on his way out. The female cultivator stood on the spot, rubbing the corner of her clothes with her hands. She pursed her red lips and looked hesitant. Even if it was the fox demon who gave the order, it still required a lot of courage and determination to undress in front of an unfamiliar man. Lu Yi turned his back to her and pretended to concoct the medicine. After a moment, a slight rustling sound came from behind. Immediately after, the female cultivator's trembling voice sounded, "Junior brother Lu, I'm ready." Lu Yi turned around, and what entered his eyes was a snow-white, flawless, and soul-stirring arc. The female cultivator was sitting on the bed with her back facing him. The clothes that she took off were in her hands, blocking in front of him. Lu Yi stepped forward and looked straight ahead. The main thing was that he couldn't see anything. He stretched out his hand and pierced the needle. The female cultivator's body suddenly tensed up, and she even let out a short sound. The corner of Lu Ye's eyes twitched. "Senior sister, please don't make such a strange sound and disturb my mind. Also, relax your body and don't move. Don't worry, I won't touch you." The female cultivator's face immediately turned as red as a blooming cuckoo. Even her fair back and slender neck were suffused with a layer of red light. She lowered her head and said in a voice as soft as a mosquito, "I understand." Needle by needle, he pierced down meticulously, and the imprint of the defensive spirit mark slowly appeared. After an incense stick's worth of time, Lu Yi stopped and let out a long breath. "It's done, senior sister." "You turn around," the female cultivator said. Lu Yi turned around, and the sound of clothes being put on quickly came from behind him. "Thank you, junior brother Lu." The female cultivator hurriedly thanked him, opened the door, and left as if she was escaping. Zhou Yuntian stuck his head in and looked at Lu Yi. His brows twitched, and a meaningful smile hung on his face. "Fellow Taoist Lu has such skills. I'm really envious." Next, one cultivator after another walked into the second floor and left after an incense stick's worth of time. In Fox Immortal Valley, male cultivators were the majority, and female cultivators only accounted for about 30% of them. This was also the current situation in the cultivation world of the 9 provinces. Generally speaking, there were more male cultivators than female cultivators, but it was unknown why this was the case. Male cultivators had no problem exposing their breasts in front of Lu Yi, but female cultivators were mostly shy. It was indeed a bit difficult for them to reveal their beauty in front of a man they weren't familiar with. However, they didn't dare to disobey his honor's orders. With the experience of the female cultivator at the very beginning, the female cultivators chose to inscribe the spirit mark on the back. However, for Lu Yi it was still a big test. There was also an exception. There was a female cultivator with a hot personality who began to take off her clothes as soon as she entered the room. Then, she lay straight on the bed and chose to inscribe the spirit mark on her chest. This made Lu Ye's mouth dry, and the other party laughed wildly. If not for Lu Ye carefully guarding his mind, he might have failed to inscribe the spirit mark. After inscribing 10 people on the first day, Lu Ye used the excuse that his mind was too exhausted and closed the door to guests. He made an agreement with Zhou Yuntian to bring another 10 people over tomorrow. Zhou Yuntian naturally didn't refuse. After a short rest, Lu Yi went to find Xiao Yang again and cultivated his saber art under his guidance. At night, he first went to see Li Baxian and talked with his senior brother. Then, he went to Xie Yunhan's residence and fulfilled his promise to drink and chat with him during the day. In the middle of the night, Lu Yi drunkenly walked out of Xie Yunhan's place and returned to his room to meditate and cultivate. An hour later, in the darkness, Lu Yi opened his eyes and softly called, Yi. Yi immediately flashed out of Hu Po's body and directly fled downstairs, quickly disappearing. Lu Yi also constructed the concealment and aura-concealing spirit marks on his body. His figure flashed and jumped out of the second floor. The bright moon hung high in the sky and the night was quiet. Lu Yi quietly crept in a direction. With Yi scouting ahead and the concealment and aura-concealing spirit marks on his body, he didn't have to worry about being discovered by anyone. Moreover, he was familiar with the positions of all the formations in Fox Immortal Valley, so there was no risk of triggering any of them. Soon, Lu Yi arrived at the deepest part of Fox Immortal Valley. When he came here with Xie Yunhan during the day, he was curious about this place. Even Xie Yunhan, an old man who had stayed in Fox Immortal Valley for 12 years, didn't know what was inside. Obviously, there were some secrets hidden in this place. During the day, Lu Yi made up his mind to come and explore. No matter what secrets were hidden here, it must be related to the fox demon. Maybe he could find some unexpected gains here. Although this place was covered by a formation, Lu Yi was best at sneaking into the formation. Before arriving at the formation, Lu Yi looked around and made sure that there was no one around. Then, he constructed insight spirit marks on his eyes to observe the flaws of the formation and find the nodes of the formation. Soon, he found something. He moved and came to the nodes of the formation. He raised his hand and threw out a few formation flags, embedding them near the node. As he did it again, the flow of spirit power at the nodes of the formation became slower and slower until it completely stopped. To be continued. Chapter 581. The Grand Formation here was a concealment Grand Formation and a defensive Grand Formation. The two Grand Formations were perfectly combined. It could be seen that the person who set up this Grand Formation had quite a high level of attainment in the Tao of Formations. He was more powerful than Xie Yunhan, but there was still a gap between him and Xie Yunhan. Therefore, it was not difficult for Lu Yi to sneak into such an array. At the place where the array flags were embedded, the spiritual power completely stopped flowing. Lu Yi raised his hand and put away the array flags. His figure flashed and rushed into the array. After he left, without the interference of the array flags, the spiritual power on the light screen of the array began to flow slowly. After entering the array, Lu Yi immediately hid his figure and looked around vigilantly. There was no danger. Everything in this forbidden area was clear at a glance. This was because this space was not too big. In a radius of about 20 feet there was a lone grave. In front of the grave there was a stone tablet. Not far from the grave, there was an ancient and simple thing that was only a few feet tall. It looked like an altar. This was the forbidden area? Lu Yi frowned. Under the enhancement of the insight spirit inscription, he did not see anything particularly noteworthy. He strolled forward and walked to the stone tablet of the grave. Under the moonlight, the words on the stone tablet were imprinted in his eyes. Master Lei Jingyin's tomb. With only this line of words, Lei Jingyin should be the name of the person buried in this grave. However, the word, master, inevitably made him think. From what Xie Yunhan said before, this forbidden area had existed for at least a dozen years. The person in the grave must have died for a long time. However, the tombstone looked very clean and there was not a speck of dust on it. There was not even a weed on the grave. It seemed that someone often came to pay their respects and clean the grave. In the entire Fox Immortal Valley, the only one who could enter here was the fox demon. Lu Ye's eyes flickered for a moment. He no longer paid attention to the grave and looked at the altar. Lu Yi could tell at a glance that this altar was something that had been around for a long time. It was very simple and unadorned. Lu Yi walked up to the altar and looked around, only to see that the altar was covered in complicated lines. The entire surface of the altar seemed to be covered in a profound array. Lu Yi stared at it for a moment, but still couldn't figure out what this array was. He more or less had some attainments in the array Dao. No matter how complicated an array formation was, even if he had never come into contact with it, he would still be able to see some things. He couldn't see anything. Either these complicated patterns weren't formations, or the profoundness of the things on them was completely beyond his understanding. Looking carefully for a while, Lu Yi suddenly found that there was a groove in each of the four sides of the altar. Lu Yi was no stranger to this item. Generally speaking, these kinds of grooves needed to be filled with spirit stones, such as the spirit gathering array in many sections. Therefore, if he wanted to figure out what this altar was for, all he needed to do was to place some spirit stones in the groove. Naturally, Lu Yi would not be so rash. If he were to do so, it was highly likely that he would alarm the cultivators within Immortal Fox Valley. When that happened, he would definitely be caught red-handed. He could not help but feel a little disappointed. The fox demon had designated this place as a forbidden area. He had thought that there was some incredible secret hidden here. Who would have thought that there was only a lone grave and an ancient altar? He had no way to determine what the altar was used for. It was a wasted trip. Just as he was about to leave, there was suddenly a strange movement. Lu Ye's expression changed, and he immediately cast the concealment and aura-concealing spirit inscriptions on himself. He stood on the altar and did not dare to move. A seductive figure suddenly appeared in front of him. It was the fox demon. Lu Yi secretly cursed his bad luck. He had seen that the tombstone was spotless, and there was not even a blade of grass on the grave. He knew that people often came here to offer their condolences. Who would have thought that he would bump into it in the middle of the night? Now that he was blocked, if not for the support of the spirit inscriptions, he would definitely have been exposed. Under the moonlight, the fox demon quietly walked to the tombstone and looked down. Her face was slowly shrouded in sadness. A moment later, there was a soft sobbing sound. Tears flowed down the corners of her eyes, leaving deep marks on her face. The fox demon threw herself on the tombstone and cried out sorrowfully. Her mouth was mumbling something. Lu Yi only heard the words, "Master, Sienna, and I'm so tired." As for the rest, he could not hear clearly. He could not help but feel lucky. The fox demon was in a mournful mood at the moment, and she probably did not expect that someone in the Fox Immortal Valley would disobey her orders and come here in the middle of the night. Otherwise, at such a close distance, even if Lu Yi had cast the concealment and aura-concealing spirit inscriptions on himself, it was not impossible for him to be discovered. After crying for a long time, the fox demon raised her hand to wipe the corners of her eyes and carefully wiped the clean tombstone. She took a deep breath and her full chest rose high. The sorrow on her face disappeared and was replaced by endless resentment and resentment. Even her originally gentle tone became extremely eerie. "Master, it won't take too long. In another month, I will be able to avenge you. This time, I will not fail." As if because she was too excited, when she said these words, her demon essence surged all over her body. Under the moonlight, a few hairy tails condensed from demon essence suddenly appeared behind her coquettish figure, swaying gracefully. From Lu Ye's point of view, this scene revealed a gloomy beauty. She affectionately and reluctantly stared at the tombstone for a moment. When her mood and demon essence calmed down, she turned and left. She passed through the array that enveloped this place and disappeared. Lu Yi stood quietly on the altar, motionless. It was not until a full hour later that he softly called. Yi's figure appeared. "It's safe outside." Lu Yi nodded and immediately walked out. When he came in from the outside, he had to use some means to sneak in, but when he left there was no obstruction from the array. After a while, he quietly returned to his pavilion. Recalling the scene he had just seen, Lu Yi frowned. Previously, through the name of the immortal Fox Valley, he had speculated that the Lord's true form was a fox demon. Today, after seeing the strange phenomenon caused by the other party's demon essence rampaging, he was even more certain of his original speculation. That was indeed a fox demon, but it was not an ordinary fox demon because the other party did not only have one tail, but a total of 6. Was it the heavenly fox race? And it was a 6-tailed heavenly fox. No wonder it had the strange ability to control people's minds. If the other party was the heavenly fox race, then it made sense. Although the heavenly fox race could not be compared to the 4 sacred beasts, it was also a strange beast with innate mystical powers. According to Lu Ye's knowledge, heavenly foxes at the Cloud River tier generally only had 2 or 3 tails. Thus, even if they had special innate mystical powers, they could not reach the level of controlling people's minds. At most, they could slightly confuse people's minds. As long as one's mind was strong enough, one could quickly escape. A fox demon with 6 tails was an anomaly in the heavenly fox race. Under normal circumstances, a 6-tailed heavenly fox's strength was comparable to the divine ocean tier. Although this trip did not yield any practical gains in the Forbidden Land, they had coincidentally seen the true body of the fox demon, so it could not be considered as a complete loss. However, this kind of gain was not particularly useful in the present situation. Lu Yi suddenly spoke up in the darkness. "That fox demon seems very pitiful." "How is she pitiful?" Lu Yi asked in exasperation. "The pitiful ones are the cultivators who have been trapped here. Their minds have been controlled by her, and they are dead set on following her. Her master is dead." Yi's eyes were red. "She wants to avenge her master." Lu Yi turned to look at her, only to feel that this little girl's emotions were too sensitive. The fox demon's master had been dead for at least a dozen years, so what was she crying for? Yi wrinkled her nose and said, "If you also die one day, Hupo and I will definitely think of a way to avenge you." Lu Yi could not help but laugh. "Hupo and I have formed a life origin technique. If I die, Hupo will also be finished, and you will also be finished. What's there to avenge? Everyone will go to the Yellow Springs together, and the journey will not be lonely." Yi's cheeks puffed up. "Anyway, that fox demon is so pitiful." After saying that, she stomped her feet and plunged into Hupo's body, unwilling to pay any attention to Lu Yi. Lu Yi was speechless. In the darkness, his eyes slowly sank. The fox demon had said that she would be able to avenge her dead master within a month, but the question now was, who was the enemy? Lu Yi originally did not know why the fox demon had gathered so many cultivators, but now it seemed that the situation was very clear. She had always been thinking of ways to avenge her master, but it was impossible to do so with her own strength, so she needed to gather cultivators who had entered the depths of Great Mang Mountains. Moreover, so many years had passed, so the fox demon must have acted more than once. She must have acted before, but unfortunately, all of them failed. The deaths of the cultivators under her command must be related to this matter. Right now, there were more than 80 cultivators in Fox Immortal Valley, and 15 of them were at the 9th order. Besides Lu Yi and Li Baxian, the rest were all at the 6th order and above. If such a force were to be brought out, even if they could not sweep through the Cloud River battlefield, they could at least occupy a part of it and dominate it. However, the fox demon had not acted yet. Either she was not confident, or she was waiting for an opportunity. No matter which, her enemy's strength was not to be underestimated. Looking at the entire Cloud River battlefield, there was only one possibility for her enemy to be so cautious. Lu Yi hurriedly took out the map and checked the label on it. After a short while, his eyes fixed on a line of labels. Overlord Monster Beast, Berserk Giant Ape. Lu Ye's eyelids twitched. If things were as he thought, then it would be troublesome. He did not know how strong a Cloud River Overlord Monster Beast was. However, he had experienced the strength of a Spirit Stream Overlord Monster Beast. It was a strength that completely exceeded the scope of the Spirit Stream realm. He himself was an Overlord existence as a cultivator. It could be said that under the same realm, he was invincible. The strength of Fox Immortal Valley was indeed extraordinary, but it was hard to say who would have the last laugh against an Overlord Monster Beast. 1 month. Lu Yi suddenly felt a headache coming on. Should he try to knock Li Baxian out and directly take him away? However, not to mention whether he had a chance of succeeding, if he failed, he would definitely expose some of his things. At that time, no one would be able to escape. Even if he really knocked Li Baxian out, the soul's secret technique would always be a hidden danger. Chapter 582. Every day passed peacefully. He would patrol the valley's spell formations with Xie Yunhan, inscribe spirit tattoos on 10 cultivators, and then practice his saber techniques with Xiao Yang. The cycle repeated itself. If it weren't for the fact that the fox demon had mentioned revenge, this kind of life would have been quite good. 9 days later, all the cultivators in the valley had received spirit tattoos, and all of them were defensive spirit tattoos. During this time, Lu Yi had a feast for his eyes. After finishing his work, Lu Yi went to find Xiao Yang and prepared to practice his saber techniques with him. Unexpectedly, Xiao Yang said, "I've already taught you the basics. You'll have to slowly comprehend the rest through life and death battles. Simple guidance won't be of much use." After all, there were only so many basics to saber technique. Xiao Yang had taught Lu Yi everything he knew in the past 10 days, and there really wasn't anything else he could teach Lu Yi. The most important thing to improve one's saber techniques was not guidance, but the accumulation of experience through battle. Everyone's saber techniques also needed to be slowly refined through bloody battles. In the past 10 days, Lu Yi could feel that his saber techniques had improved greatly. Compared to before, his foundation was more solid, and his understanding of saber techniques had also reached a higher level. It could be said that just from this point alone, his strength had increased by at least 10%. This was undoubtedly a huge gain. Therefore, even though there were many grudges between him and Xiao Yang, just based on his guidance these days, Lu Yi solemnly bowed. "Many thanks, fellow Taoist Xia." He just didn't know how Xiao Yang would react if he had the chance to break free from the fox demon's control. He originally wanted to kill Lu Yi, but due to a freak combination of factors, he ended up teaching Lu Yi a lot of saber technique. "I can't teach you the basics, but I'll teach you something else today." Saying that, Xiao Yang took out his saber from his storage pouch and got into a stance. He closed his eyes and said, "Attack me." Seeing that Xiao Yang was about to show off something, Lu Yi didn't hesitate. He placed his hand on the hilt of his saber and rushed towards Xiao Yang. He unsheathed his saber and slashed down while keeping a close eye on Xiao Yang's movements. When the Pan Mountain saber was less than a foot away from Xiao Yang suddenly moved. He raised the saber in his hand and blocked the Pan Mountain saber. Lu Yi couldn't help but raise his brows. Xiao Yang was a 9th-order Cloud River Realm cultivator, while Lu Yi was only a 4th-order cultivator. The gap between their cultivations was huge, so Lu Yi wasn't surprised that Xiao Yang was able to block his attack. What surprised him was that Xiao Yang's eyes were closed, but he seemed to be able to see his attack. With the help of the recoil, Lu Yi retreated. "Again!" Xiao Yang called out. Lu Yi rushed forward again. This time, he didn't choose to slash. Instead, he stabbed with his sword. Compared to a slash with great momentum, A stab like this was undoubtedly much more subtle. This guy was able to block his attack with his eyes closed, and he could even say that he was able to determine the direction of the attack by listening to the sound. How was he going to block this hidden stab? Contrary to Lu Ye's expectations, the saber in Xiao Yang's hand suddenly moved, lightly blocking the Pan Mountain saber. At the same time, he tilted his head, causing the Pan Mountain saber to miss his neck. Lu Yi was greatly surprised. Again, Lu Yi attacked for the third time. However, without exception, Xiao Yang would suddenly block the attacks when they were half a foot away from him. Lu Yi didn't use his full strength, but Xiao Yang being able to do this with his eyes closed was still incredible. After a dozen or so attacks, he couldn't even touch the corner of Xiao Yang's clothes. Only then did he open his eyes and look at Lu Yi. Do you understand now? Perception? Mind's eye. Mind's eye. What you see with your eyes may not be true, but what you see with your mind's eye can never be false. Xiao Yang explained earnestly, this is not a saber technique, but it is an auxiliary secret technique that is useful to all weapon cultivators. When you say perception, it is not completely wrong. When most weapon cultivators fight with others, they have their own perception of danger. However, mind's eye is a secret technique that surpasses perception. After a pause, he continued, now, the cultivators we come into contact with are all at the Cloud River tier, and the speed of their attacks may not be too fast, but with the increase of cultivation, there will be a day when the speed of their attacks will be difficult to catch with the naked eye. When that time comes, how will you deal with it? If you only rely on your own perception, you may not have enough time to react, but if you can cultivate the mind's eye secret technique, then it will be different. At that time, even if you can't see, with a long saber in your hand, the enemy will not be able to get close to you. The mind's eye secret technique is a secret technique unique to the Wild Saber sect, and it is similar to the Sword Heart of the North Mystery Sword sect. My attainment in this secret technique is only at the entry level, so I can only defend against attacks that are half a foot away. Lu Yi suddenly understood. No wonder every time he attacked, Xiao Yang would only react when it was half a foot away. It turned out that this secret technique had a range. He asked curiously, how do you cultivate it? This was a secret technique unique to the Wild Saber sect, and only the elite disciples of the Wild Saber sect could cultivate it. If they had not fallen into the Fox Immortal Valley, Lu Yi would not have been able to come into contact with this technique. Suddenly, he remembered that when he was chasing Xiao Yang, the latter's defense did give him a feeling that it was impregnable. If it were not for the fact that Xiao Yang's injuries were too severe, Lu Yi would not have been able to do anything to him with just the mind's eye secret technique. Xiao Yang revealed a look of reminiscence. When I first cultivated this secret technique, I was under the protection of my elders, fighting against different numbers of demonic beasts, and I was blindfolded. So if you really want to cultivate this secret technique, you have to experience it yourself, and use your body to remember the feeling of danger. After a long time, you will naturally succeed. This place does not have such conditions, so if you have the chance in the future, you can cultivate it. Lu Yi nodded slightly. With Zhou Yuntian's previous instructions, Xiao Yang would never attack Lu Yi, so even if Lu Yi wanted to cultivate this secret technique, Xiao Yang would not be his sparring partner. Remember, the use of the mind's eye secret technique is based on one's perception. The stronger one's perception is, the easier it is to cultivate it. Understood. The key to the strength of perception was the mind, and the strength of the mind was closely related to the soul. In short, the stronger the soul of a cultivator, the easier it was to cultivate this secret technique, and the soul was Lu Ye's strength. After bidding farewell to Xiao Yang, Lu Yi returned to his house, opened the array, and had Yi stand guard nearby. Only then did he take out the breath fruit core from his storage space. Fox Immortal Valley did not have the conditions to cultivate the mind's eye secret technique, because there was no suitable sparring partner, but the breath fruit core in Lu Ye's hand could provide him with the best cultivation environment. In the past, when he entered the Mirage realm, he would desperately kill the monsters inside to hone his saber skills, but as his cultivation gradually improved, the number of times he entered the Mirage realm gradually decreased. First, each time he entered the Mirage realm, he would consume merit points, and second, he did not lack experience in life and death battles, so he did not need to enter the Mirage realm to hone himself. But now, if he wanted to cultivate the mind's eye secret technique, the Mirage realm was undoubtedly the best choice. Spending 100 merit points, Lu Yi pushed open the door and walked into the Mirage realm, stood still, and closed his eyes. Just as he was ready, the nearby fog suddenly tumbled, and a figure rushed out, brazenly rushing at him. The power of this figure was only at the level of a fourth-order Cloud River realm cultivator, the same as Lu Ye's cultivation. Wrapped in fog, he could not see the figure's appearance and could not tell the gender. Normally, if he encountered such an enemy, Lu Yi could kill them with a single slash. But now, with his eyes closed, Lu Yi could only rely on his perception and some sounds to determine the enemy's movements, which was undoubtedly a huge test for him. Suddenly, a strong wind blew in his face, and Lu Yi instinctively unsheathed his saber and slashed. However, this slash did not cut anything, and instead, his abdomen was hurt by the other party. Another strong wind came, and Lu Yi turned around and slashed with his mountain saber, but still did not succeed, and pain came from his body again. A moment later, on the second floor, Lu Yi opened his eyes and felt a tingling pain in his mind, causing the corners of his eyes to twitch. An enemy with the same cultivation as him, who he could usually kill with a single slash, actually killed him in less than the time it would take to drink a cup of tea after he closed his eyes. How could Lu Yi bear this? Again. After another cup of tea's time, Lu Yi opened his eyes again. Again. After repeating this process more than 10 times, Lu Ye's face was faintly pale. Even if his soul was strong, and dying once or twice in the Mirage realm did not have any special effect on him, but too many times in a short period of time, even he was a little overwhelmed. At this moment, he only felt a splitting headache, as if his whole head was about to explode. He had only experienced this feeling a few times when he first obtained the breath fruit core, and since his soul became stronger, he had not experienced it again. However, dying more than 10 times in a row was not without gain. Under the premise of closing his eyes, he was able to persist longer and longer under the enemy's attack, and even accurately blocked the enemy's attack several times. Xiao Yang said that to cultivate this heart's eye secret technique, one needed to experience it personally, using the body to remember the feelings of danger, so every time the enemy attacked in the Mirage realm, Lu Yi would use his heart to perceive the enemy's attack and feel the danger in his body. Xiao Yang was under the care of his elders, fighting a different number of monster beasts, and slowly cultivating this secret technique. Compared with his cultivation method, Lu Yi undoubtedly had more advantages, because in the Mirage realm, even if he was killed, there would not be too much loss, so the experience of using the body to remember was undoubtedly more unforgettable. Moreover, Lu Ye's mind was much stronger than cultivators of the same level, which was also one of his advantages. He did not know how long it took Xiao Yang to cultivate this secret technique, but he was sure that he cultivated it much faster than him. Chapter 583. Inside the Mirage realm, Lu Ye's eyes were closed as the enemy wrapped in fog moved around him. However, no matter how the enemy attacked, Lu Ye's saber would accurately block them. This battle had lasted for a full incense stick's worth of time. If Lu Yi wanted to, as long as his heart force and spirit force were not exhausted, he could continue like this. After cultivating in the Mirage realm for half a month, his heart's eye secret technique had finally reached a minor accomplishment. He entered the Mirage realm a dozen times a day to cultivate, spending 1,000 or 2,000 merit points. In this half a month, he had spent more than 20,000 merit points in the Mirage realm. The price he paid was not small, but the harvest was also great. If Xiao Yang knew that Lu Yi had cultivated the heart's eye to this level in just half a month, his jaw would drop. Back then, he had spent an entire half a year before barely reaching the threshold. But now Lu Yi had not only reached the threshold of the heart's eye secret technique, but the range of his defense was also twice as large, a foot wide. He would be able to clearly sense any danger that came within a foot of him and counterattack accordingly. The unforgettable memories brought about by his repeated deaths were one reason, and the other was due to the strength of Lu Ye's soul. In the fierce battle, Lu Yi, who had been standing motionless, suddenly took a step forward and slashed down with his saber. This saber erupted with an extremely powerful aura, directly splitting the fog-wrapped enemy in two. A single enemy could no longer pose any threat to Lu Yi, so it was time to increase the difficulty of his cultivation. After waiting for a moment, the surrounding fog tumbled and two figures attacked from the left and right. Although there was only one more enemy, the difficulty had more than doubled. After a short while, Lu Yi was killed out of the mirage realm. There was a slight tingling sensation in his mind, but it quickly disappeared without a trace. He was about to enter the mirage realm again when Yi suddenly said, "Lu Yi, there are people waiting for you outside." Lu Yi frowned and walked to the window to look down. He found Zhou Yuntian and Xie Yunhan. When he cultivated in the mirage realm, he opened the array formation of the pavilion every time, so Zhou Yuntian and Xie Yunhan just waited below and did not disturb him. He didn't know why the two of them had come together. Sensing Lu Ye's gaze, Zhou Yuntian looked up and cheerfully said, "Fellow Taoist Lu." Lu Yi said, "I was cultivating just now. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Please come in." With that said, he turned off the array formation. A short while later, Zhou Yuntian and Xie Yunhan entered together. As the host and guests sat down, Lu Yi served them tea before asking, "Is there something you need from me?" Zhou Yuntian didn't say anything. He simply took out a storage pouch and pushed it in front of Lu Yi. Lu Yi was suspicious. He picked up the storage pouch and inspected it. He found that there were many materials inside. Moreover, they were all materials used to refine array flags. His heart sank, and he suddenly had a bad feeling. "Sure enough," Zhou Yuntian said. "His Honor has ordered the two of you to make more formation flags in case of an emergency." Refining more array flags was obviously to be used to set up arrays. The number of materials in the storage bag was huge. If all of them were to be refined into array flags, at least a few hundred array flags could be refined. By then, the number of arrays that could be set up would definitely be large. Combined with the information he had before, Lu Yi knew that the fox demon was about to make a move. Although he had guessed in his heart, Lu Yi still asked, "Fellow Taoist Zhou, why does His Honor suddenly want to refine so many array flags?" Zhou Yuntian hesitated for a moment, then sighed slightly and said, "Let fellow Taoist Xie explain it to you. I still have things to do. I'll leave this place to the two of you. The two of you must be ready in 10 days at the latest." It was unknown if he really had things to do or if it wasn't good to tell Lu Yi these things. After Zhou Yuntian left, Lu Yi looked at Xie Yunhan. The latter smiled bitterly and said, "Brother, although you haven't been in Fox Immortal Valley for long, have you never thought about why His Honor wants to gather so many people in Fox Immortal Valley?" Lu Yi nodded. "Naturally, I have thought about it. However, His Honor must have her reasons for doing things." Xie Yunhan sighed and said, "Actually, His Honor wants to gather so many people mainly for revenge." "Revenge?" "That's right." Xie Yunhan nodded. "Although I don't know what kind of enmity His Honor has with that person, I can be sure that it is an unforgettable hatred that cannot be resolved. Moreover, our Fox Immortal Valley has already carried out this kind of revenge action more than once." Lu Yi had a surprised expression. There are so many talents in the valley, what kind of enemy can't be killed? Xie Yunhan's eyes flashed with a trace of reminiscence. His body trembled slightly, then he stared at Lu Yi and said word by word, "An overlord-level monster beast." Lu Yi showed a shocked expression and cried out, "An overlord-level monster beast? Could it be that berserk giant ape?" Although he had already guessed it, guesses were only guesses. Xie Yunhan's words undoubtedly confirmed Lu Ye's previous guess. The target of that fox demon's revenge was indeed that berserk giant ape. Xie Yunhan wasn't surprised that Lu Yi knew about the existence of the berserk giant ape. After all, it was marked on the map. He nodded with a dignified expression. "It is that beast. Finding an overlord-level monster beast for revenge, His Honor, His Honor naturally has her reasons for doing this. As subordinates, the only thing we can do is to follow His Honor's orders. However, fellow Taoist Lu, you don't have to worry. The two of us are formation cultivators, so we don't need to fight against that berserk giant ape. We only need to help everyone with the formation, so there is still some guarantee of safety." Lu Yi finally understood why Xie Yunhan could live for 12 years in Fox Immortal Valley. Although Fox Immortal Valley could gather quite a number of cultivators, from the beginning to the end, the number of formation cultivators was extremely scarce. Every time they took action against the giant berserk ape, Xie Yunhan would only activate the formation that he had set up in advance to help. He did not need to fight the giant berserk ape head-on. Therefore, even if his revenge failed, Xie Yunhan could still survive. As for the others, they were not so lucky. Every time they took action, a large number of cultivators died. "Is it very dangerous?" Lu Yi asked seriously. Xie Yunhan laughed bitterly. "In the 12 years I have been in Fox Immortal Valley, I have seen this kind of operation 6 times. Almost every time, more than 80% of the people in the valley would be lost. In the entire Fox Immortal Valley, other than me, fellow Taoist Zhou has lived the longest. He came 6 years ago. You have never seen the might of that berserk giant ape, so you don't know how powerful an overlord-level monster beast is. If you really see it, you will understand how dangerous it is to fight against it." Lu Yi frowned and said, "Since that beast's strength is so great, why doesn't His Honor accumulate enough strength in one go and take revenge on it? Instead, we lose the people in the valley time and time again." His Honor naturally has the same thought, but this place is located in the depths of Great Mang Mountains. Usually, very few cultivators set foot here. Gathering people is not as easy as you think. Last time, after fellow Taoist Zhou brought you all back, there hasn't been a single newcomer. So, to accumulate enough strength is easier said than done. Then this time, in Brother Xie's opinion, do we have a chance of success? Xie Yunhan said, "This time, the number and strength of the people in the valley are much stronger than before. Moreover, there is Brother Lu, a formation cultivator, so I feel that the chances are very high. However, we can't lower our guard. What we need to do now is to refine as many formation flags as possible and set up more formations. With the power of the formations, we can weaken that beast's strength. Only then will His Honor have the possibility of taking revenge." Lu Yi said, "It seems that we have a long way to go." Xie Yunhan laughed. "So, brother should understand why His Honor values you so much, right? To be honest, to deal with that kind of enemy, the strength that we formation cultivators can display is what His Honor relies on the most." "I understand." Lu Yi nodded and said in a deep voice, "I will not disappoint His Honor." "Then hurry up and refine the formation flags." As if because the operation was about to begin, the atmosphere in the entire Fox Immortal Valley became somber. Many cultivators did not know the specific details of the operation. They only knew that there would be a fierce battle in a few days. Under the orders of the Fox Demon, a large number of cultivation resources were distributed. Everyone was cultivating intensely, trying their best to increase their strength. Lu Yi and Xie Yunhan spent every day either recovering their spiritual power or refining formation flags. A large number of resources were consumed, and formation flags were freshly produced. After 6 days, all the materials were used up, and the number of formation flags refined had reached more than 500. With so many formation flags, it was enough to set up hundreds of formations. If they could not do anything to the giant berserk ape with the help of so many formations, then the cultivators of Fox Immortal Valley could only stretch out their necks and be stabbed. When that time came, who knew how many would die? The Fox Immortal Valley was intensely preparing for revenge. At the same time, Feng Yuechan and Giant Armor, who had received Lu Ye's message, led the wolf pack out of the spiritual land and rushed in the direction of Fox Immortal Valley. Feng Yuechan and Giant Armor alone might not have the ability to go too deep into Mount Taimang, but it was different with a wolf pack. Even if they encountered any powerful demonic beast, the wolf pack could deal with it. Now, the size of the wolf pack had expanded to more than 300. Aside from a few dozen wolf cubs that had not yet grown up, the rest were all demonic wolves with strength comparable to the Cloud River tier. Regardless of whether the Fox Demon's operation against the giant berserk ape was successful or not, after this battle, Fox Immortal Valley's strength would definitely be greatly reduced. This was also the golden opportunity that Lu Yi had been waiting for a long time. If the Fox Demon died in the battle against the giant berserk ape, that would naturally be the best. At that time, everyone's divine sense secret technique would be removed. If it did not die, then the wolf pack would attack Fox Immortal Valley and kill the Fox Demon. There was no overly complicated plan, but often, the simpler the plan, the higher the possibility of success. Now, the only problem that Lu Yi had to consider was Li Baxian's safety. He and Li Baxian had the lowest cultivation in Fox Immortal Valley, but as a formation cultivator, he did not need to fight the giant berserk ape head-on. However, Li Baxian was different. No matter how strong his foundation was in the Spirit Stream tier, against a Cloud River tier overlord, the effect that Li Baxian could play was extremely limited. Chapter 584. In Li Baxian's residence, Lu Yi and Li Baxian were drinking by candlelight. As Lu Yi explained, Li Baxian slowly understood the plans of Fox Immortal Valley. So it's to kill that overlord monster beast. Li Baxian showed a look of understanding. No wonder I always felt that the atmosphere in the valley was a bit strange recently. Fellow Taoist, you also seem to have a lot on her mind. The fellow Taoist Yu he mentioned was Yu Daiwei, who had often come to Li Baxian to spar with him recently. It could be seen that Yu Daiwei had a good impression of Li Baxian, but his fourth senior brother didn't seem to have much interest in her. He simply regarded her as a like-minded fellow Taoist. Little junior brother, this is a confidential matter. Before senior announces it, you must not discuss it with others in private, Li Baxian reminded Lu Yi again. Lu Yi said, I understand. I will only tell senior brother. When the operation begins, senior brother must be careful. Li Baxian nodded. I will pay attention. Does junior brother know when the operation will begin? It should be in the next few days. Lu Yi looked dignified. I have already received the news. I will go out tomorrow to arrange the spirit array. When the spirit array is ready, the operation may begin. Then junior brother must also be careful. An overlord monster beast. I really didn't expect to fight it one day. He didn't seem nervous at all, instead looking forward to it. Early the next morning, Lu Yi pushed open the door of his residence and walked straight to the entrance of Fox Immortal Valley. In the distance, he saw more than a dozen figures waiting there, led by Zhou Yuntian. Lu Yi stepped forward and greeted everyone. Zhou Yuntian nodded, let's go. Saying so, he led the way, with everyone following closely behind. Among the dozen or so people, besides Zhou Yuntian and Xie Yunhan, the rest of them weren't weak, all of them above the 7th order. They were mainly responsible for the safety of Lu Yi and Xie Yunhan. After all, in terms of cultivation, Lu Yi was just a 4th order and Xie Yunhan was just a 7th order, so they really weren't that high. If they really encountered a powerful monster beast, they might not be able to resist. Whether or not these two array cultivators could arrange a powerful enough spirit array was the key to this operation. While they were arranging this spirit array, Zhou Yuntian and the others had to stand guard nearby. Along the way, demonic beasts would appear from time to time. No matter how careful everyone was, they couldn't avoid some fights. However, with only a dozen or so people, and several of them were ninth-order cultivators, Yang Kai's group managed to travel through this place without any mishaps. One day later, Zhou Yuntian, who was leading the way, stopped. He took out a map and compared it to their current location. This is the place. Fellow Taoist Lu, fellow Taoist Xie, the two of you must use this location as the center of the formation as quickly as possible. As for how to set up the formation and what kind of formation to set up, the two of you can discuss among yourselves. Everyone else, split up into groups of 2 and keep an eye on the surroundings. Yes. Everyone replied and dispersed. Only Lu Yi, Xie Yunhan, and Zhou Yuntian remained. Xie Yunhan looked at Lu Yi anxiously. In terms of attainments in formation Dao, he was inferior to Lu Yi, so this time, Lu Yi was in charge of setting up the formation, and he was assisting. Lu Yi didn't immediately start working on the formation. Instead, he looked at Zhou Yuntian and said, "Fellow Taoist Zhou, I have a question." "What is it?" Lu Yi asked. "How far is the giant berserk ape from here?" "Its location isn't fixed, but generally speaking, it only moves around its territory. This place is about 50 miles away from its territory. In other words, Senior wants to lure the giant berserk ape out of its territory and kill it here." "That's right. Since the giant berserk ape is an overlord-level monster beast, its intelligence shouldn't be too low. How can we guarantee that we can lure it here? The cultivators in the valley have already fought with it more than once. Won't it be vigilant?" If fellow Taoist Lu is worried about this, then there's no need. It's true that the beast's intelligence is high, and it can understand humans, but it's still an overlord-level monster beast. In this Cloud River battlefield, it's the leader, so even if it notices something, it won't care too much. We did the same thing the last 2 times. Although there were some twists and turns in the process, we were able to lure it to the predetermined location each time. Lu Yi nodded. Then there's no problem. He secretly guessed that if that was the case, the giant berserk ape's intelligence wouldn't be that high. He suddenly thought of the overlord-level monster beast he encountered in the Spirit Stream battlefield. It had already transformed into a human form, but it was still easy to deceive. It seemed that this was an unavoidable disadvantage of monster beasts. After resolving the doubts in his heart, Lu Yi flew into the air and observed the terrain below. After a while, he had a specific plan in his heart. Many of the spiritual inscriptions he had mastered were suitable for setting up formations. However, if it was used to deal with an overlord-level monster beast, there were some auxiliary formations that weren't very useful. If he wanted to successfully kill the opponent, he still had to use killing formations. Of all the killing arrays he could set up, the most powerful one was undoubtedly the explosion array. A single explosion array wouldn't pose much of a threat to an overlord-class demonic beast, but if he set up enough explosion arrays, they could still be of great use. There were also spiritual inscriptions such as lightning attraction, scorching flame, and earth formation. If they were set up individually, they could be used as spells. However, if they were used as the core to set up formations, then they would be lightning attraction formation, scorching flame formation, and earth formation. Together with the explosion formation, they could also be used to great effect. Immediately, Lu Yi and Xie Yunhan set up the formations together. Formation flags were consumed one by one, and formations were formed one after another. In order to increase the power of the formations, Lu Yi even placed spirit stones in many of the formations to let the formations operate in advance and accumulate energy. Considering that the cultivators in the valley needed to fight with the giant berserk ape, most of the formations set up this time needed to be controlled by people. There were very few formations that could be triggered. For a full 3 days, Lu Yi and Xie Yunhan almost didn't rest. They set up hundreds of formations in a radius of 10 miles, making the area dangerous. Lu Yi could be said to have done everything he could to set up these formations. He didn't hold back at all. Although it would be beneficial for him if the strength of the Fox Immortal Valley was weakened, and he even planned to let the wolf pack kill the fox demons after this battle, the premise was that they could win the battle with the giant berserk ape. If they lost even this battle, then his and Li Baxian's safety couldn't be guaranteed. Thus, no matter what, Lu Yi didn't dare to do anything while setting up the formations. He didn't have a clear understanding of how strong a Cloud River tier overlord-level demonic beast was, but just from the current situation of the Fox Immortal Valley, the strength of the giant berserk ape would only exceed his expectations. And on the second day after all the formations were set up, the fox demon led the cultivators of the Fox Immortal Valley over. Everyone in the Fox Immortal Valley was mobilized, and no one was left behind. More than 80 cultivators gathered together, and Zhou Yuntian went forward to report the situation here. After hearing the report, the fox demon looked at Lu Yi and Xie Yunhan with praise. You two have worked hard. If we succeed this time, you two will take the first credit. Lu Yi and Xie Yunhan both had happy and excited expressions. They repeatedly said that it was their duty to serve their lord. Such a humble performance undoubtedly made the fox demon very satisfied. My lord, Lu Yi continued, before we move out, I'd like you to familiarize yourselves with the surrounding spell formations. That way, you'll know where to protect yourselves and where to stop the enemy. Perhaps you'll be able to reduce the number of casualties. The fox demon nodded. You're very considerate. Since that's the case, we'll do as you say. Yes. Fellow Taoists, please follow me. As Lu Yi spoke, he rose into the air and flew toward the area covered by the formations. A large group of cultivators followed behind him. This place is a trap formation. Later, if any of you can't shake off the enemy, you can come here to save your life. Lu Yi pointed at a certain place below and said. Everyone silently noted it down. This area is filled with explosive formations, and it's under the control of fellow Xie and me. You can't stop here, especially if you're being chased by the enemy. Fellow Xie and I will activate the formations at the appropriate time to help everyone kill the enemy. This place is a lightning formation. This place is a hallucinatory formation. As Lu Yi continued to explain, the formations of the entire area appeared in the cultivators' minds one by one. The cultivators' memories were all very strong. Combined with what they saw in front of them, they could quickly outline the layout of the formations in their mind. Zhou Yuntian's eyes lit up as he listened. He had participated in 2 operations against the berserk giant ape. In the past, the formations were set up by Xie Yunhan, but how could Xie Yunhan's formations have so many tricks up their sleeves? They couldn't provide much help to the Fox Immortal Valley either. However, although the formations set up by Lu Yi weren't very exquisite, at least they had a lot of tricks up their sleeves. This gave him some confidence in this operation. Moreover, Lu Yi had them familiarize themselves with the formations before the operation. Clearly, he was thinking for them. When the time came, they might really need to rely on the formations to save their lives. 2 hours later, everyone returned. Zhou Yuntian stepped forward and cupped his fist. My lord, we're ready. The fox demon's charming eyes flashed with cold killing intent. Let's move. This time, no matter the price, we must kill it. We definitely won't disappoint, my lord. The cultivators promised, their battle intent surging. Lu Yi sighed in his heart. This time, no matter if they succeeded or not, these cultivators would definitely suffer heavy casualties. Their minds were controlled by the fox demon. To them, the fox demon's orders were a mission that they couldn't disobey. Even if the fox demon ordered them to die, they wouldn't frown. More than 10 figures walked out from the crowd. Under Zhou Yuntian's lead, they flew into the sky and headed in a direction. It was obvious that they were going to lure the snake out of its hole. This area was considered the border of the Overlord-level demonic beasts' territory. Therefore, there were no traces of other demonic beasts. Flying like this wouldn't cause them to worry about being attacked by demonic beasts. The rest of the people were waiting quietly. Time continued to pass. Until a certain moment, Udaiwei, who had been guarding the fox demon, checked the battlefield imprint's message and said, "My lord, fellow Taoist Zhou and the others have lured it out.